you for that too, Swells. You're so kind.
I should have done forwarded.
Maybe I will kill you today.
No!
No, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
So I got a +7, you say?
Yes. You can
I'll
put
write
that
that in.
or add it to your thing. You know what? You know how it is.
Yeah, I like to keep the passive player stats up to date. Fuck, we should change all these characters again.
Yeah. All the characters are gonna change. Think about me having to make all the stats for all the new skills and things. If I wanna. The price of my own shenanigans.
Is it likely that we'll be playing if we finish everything this session next week, or should we take next week off?
Well, we'll definitely play next week if we're free. Well, maybe it just depends on if we have people's
I
characters.
think Un won't be able to make it. I think Un's still away.
I think it's this week, unless you can do it not
Is it
make
just this
it
week?
too. I don't know. We'll see.
I can't remember.
And also it depends on kind of your situation. If we don't get through most of this, or maybe even if you have more you wish to do. It just kind of depends.
If there's like little bit stuff, if you want, we can always just do a tiny session during the week. It's up to you.
Yeah, maybe. Which we'll see if that works. But we'll figure out once we kind of get going here. All right. Got that. Let me start up our little bit of a music day. All right.
La musica.
La music day. Let me check this. All right. All right. I don't think you don't need to recap. You know what happened. I know what I do on. Besides the last few moments,
Try to
try to forget. Yes. In the last few moments, what has happened is not being able to recognize that, basically being such an impossible assumption to assume that those undead were summoned by you, Hawkins. Mantis saw this as you all trying to escape after getting him in all this trouble. And you as a pirate definitely would have understood in this moment that this is a very pirate thing. If a pirate's going down, they're going to take down whoever causes this to happen to them, or try to. It's only fair. That's the way piracy goes. That's the way banditry goes. All's fair in love and war, they say. And doing that, eventually, you realized it was too late as the beetle was shot down. And as everyone started falling, only you were saved by one Mickey Chapman, who for whatever reason was up top waiting as his shackle-locked whip came down and you allowed it to wrap you up. Having one final moment, already finding yourself holding the hand of Kira. In one selfless act, Kira removed her hand from yours and basically pushed Raina Thomble into your arms to ensure at least you, and maybe any of them if they'd escaped, would have a chance at survival.
Might have actually been Kira's first ever truly selfless act.
Truly. Honestly, it might be, because she oftentimes, you've seen, is very selfish when it comes push to shove. But who knows? Pushing her hand into yours, you sat there and watched as you're slowly pulled up, as your friends started to fall, as you casted Featherfall on them as one last goodbye, as you wish them goodbye and to see them soon. You're pulled up through the light of Stella into the arms of Mickey, where you and Rina were weeping, but Mickey more or less giving you no time to wait, told you to stand up and get hold of yourself. Dadster has set this place to blow. Unaware that you guys severed the fuse, though it turns out his assumptions still ended up being true as you start making your way towards, we could see in the distance these balloon ships. As an explosion goes off behind you, you realize the fate of your friends, Featherfall or not, is definitely very much so in question. Maybe the last time you ever see them, for better or worse. Right now, you're surrounded by, of course, Mickey Chapman, who has you in the Shatterlock whip, which you know is famous for not being able to let anyone out. You also are surrounded probably about 20 to 30 various ranking bounty hunters from the Rose Gold Company. As they're going towards the balloons, you see in the distance, the balloons are probably about 100, maybe 200 feet away. But you see one lifts up into the sky and starts taking off. And when they see this, some of these bounty hunters start running quicker, going up to it, not understanding what's happening. You don't see anyone inside of this balloon, but then as it kind of takes off and they look. Suddenly, you see as the effects of invisibility wear off. That's to the red robed, looking down at you guys. As some of the bounty hunters scream, "Hey, he's getting away!" As Datster realizes he's no longer visible, you see as he quickly, as he ducks down into this basket. I guess
How far away is he?
safe. Right now, he is probably about 150 feet away, and climbing.
Oh, fuck.
However, you are also restrained. You are not free to do. Well, you try and cast spells, I guess, but at the very least, you know you can't move freely. This whip is wrapped around you, and it is locked. However, you see many of them consider pulling out bows and things of the sort, but Mickey very quickly, everyone stop. We're going to split up. We don't have enough balloons for all of us. About 10 of you go connect with the B team. Tell them we'll meet them back in Port Crevice at the Rose Gold Company at some point. We'll rendezvous there. If the military asks anything, just say we're waiting for a bounty. That you guys didn't strike seeing they were here. They'll let you go, no problem. And kind of following orders, a group of 10, probably the ones who are going to take that balloon, kind of move off in a different direction. As you see the balloon of Datster start kind of flying off towards where you know this small village of Hens is. As you're doing this, you'll start loading up these balloons. There's about 3 left as these people start loading up. You, Rena, and Mickey get in one with about 2 or 3 other guards or bounty hunters, the rest and the others, as they start to use a fire to lift up these balloons. And on the balloons, you see this golden rose, the emblem of this bounty hunter guild. And as they start to inflate more and more, you still hear the screams of men below fighting, being pushed back. And you hear screams of people probably burning alive or being crushed by falling rocks. As this balloon starts to take off. When you look behind you, you don't really see much, and the balloon kind of starts going as it drops down this cliffside somewhat, losing altitude first before it starts picking up. And as you start rising, right before you get over the top, suddenly you see a sheep. It looks almost like a goat. Jumps from the top of the thing, basically into the basket with you all. What the hell? Hell does goat come from? You see a mountain sheep, it looks almost like it's currently in this basket. Just kind of makes a weird little noise. And you start to raise higher and higher, and with this strange new companion of an animal there. You look down briefly, almost naturally. You see flags of the Squall Knights. As you had assumed before, you see hundreds and hundreds of horsemen. But you see even more so, you see more and more undead still pouring out. A lot of them on fire now from this cavern. They're pushing back these horsemen and these infantrymen. And you hear these screams, and you see this fight, and you see explosions of magic going off. As there's just large-scale battle now happening on the outside of this abandoned mine. As you see, some of the forest is now ablaze from the various spell attacks of these men, and men are being devoured. Horses are devoured. As it looks like your undead horde is starting to overwhelm these humans to some extent. But very quickly, as the breeze comes through on this beautiful day, you are swept away by the wind. And as you go farther and farther, the noise and the imagery starts to fade out. As you travel, you see this large cloud of blackish, grayish smoke, almost like a star trailing in the wind. A star on this beautiful dawn as you travel with it, going south, it seems.
South.
Yes, south. And to remind you, you are just
You're about
on the map.
Here,
You're
right? Oh, is it there? Okay.
About in here somewhere. But you have survived. Congratulations, Swells, for better or worse. The combat
Thanks.
is officially over for you.
Okay,
You're no longer in danger.
questions.
Yes.
Are
questions?
Mickey's men following Dexter, or is Dexter getting away from them?
Datster is getting away. They have decided not to. They've decided it's better to try and recuperate from all this. There's a lot's going on.
Mickey, you can't just let him get away with that. That's fucking that's his fault, Mickey. Organ's just gonna start like he's just kind of losing his cool. He's like, he's got to fucking die.
Hawkins, it was never about capturing him in the first place. It was about capturing you.
Fuck.
However, I hear what you're saying, but there's no point. What happens if we chase after him and he blows up the balloons?
You're right. Hawkins is gonna, in his mind,
There's always another day.
order Valen to get Dexter. Follow the blue.
Would you have any concern for the town he's going towards?
No.
Well, okay. Just while...
I think he'd say, don't try not to kill civilians, but...
Well, you know Valen
Get
probably
Dexter.
won't, but undead hordes may be different.
Yeah, you know, I guess.
Yes. I'm just making sure
That's
you're...
life.
Yes, you are aware of the potential
Hawkins
as a person.
yeah, he's not himself right now. I think he's just seeing bread.
Perfect. As long as you're aware. You understand kind of a recognizing thing on Valen, but you would also realize that they have a lot more to deal with right now before they have a chance.
Yeah.
And you don't quite know. You'll be able to figure out. You know Valen. I don't know if in the roles they can respond to you, but you'll be able to understand if they get out of this fight or not.
Yeah, I don't think Valen can respond. I think I'd know if he's dead.
Mm.
Like if like his soul. I don't know exactly how. We'll figure that out when that comes.
Yeah.
But I'd at least be able to feel it.
Yes. But you leave it in his hands. You quite literally unable to do anything, being restrained by this whip. And it's kind of, you say that, but no one besides you, kind of in your arms, sitting, not even really in your arms, just kind of sitting down as you're restrained, kind of almost a fetal position. Rena is just still weeping. Some of these bounty hunters have tried to console her, but obviously nothing's really working. These people are bounty hunters. They deal with civilians, but obviously this is not their forte. As everyone has kind of just decided it's better than saying something because they don't know what to say or how to say it. It's better to say nothing, as it just stays kind of silent unless you decide to break it with the weeping of Rena.
Mickey, what do you want?
What do you mean?
Why are you here?
It seems all this is got to your head. You lost your wit, Hawkins. Fine. I'll explain it to you simply. I planned to capture you, Hawkins, during this deal. But as things went south, well, unfortunately, we couldn't do much. We just kind of had to watch and wait for a good moment to strike and clean everything up. But then suddenly, when we thought we were about to grapple in, take you, maybe another bounty if we could, undead came out of nowhere. I don't know if Dad started to deal with a necromancer, if there was some kind of magic. This shit's not normal, though. We weren't going to go in there after that. But you were coming up towards us. Convenient. Quite frankly, once the military showed up, I never planned to capture you in the first place. I saved you for that reason, Hawkins, because they showed up.
Fuck. Well, no, what?
When you say fuck, he's like, you're telling me, Hawkins. I thought I was gonna finally get my honor back. But if I capture you now, everyone will say I had to rely on the military to get you. There's no other reason, but you have to live until I capture you properly. So, what now, you say? We let you go? You live your life? We run into each other and I capture you at some point.
Mickey, you're a fucking idiot.
Why is that?
Can I get a gist if he like understands the current politics of Kadoi?
Well, maybe, but I'd like you to what you're assuming. I'm not sure exactly what you're
I'm
assuming.
assuming has it like he's in the Rose God Company? Would they have gotten wind of all the dead Night Lords?
There seems no one knows anything so far. It's been like what? I just actually have the calendar open right now because I need to keep up with days during this session. Let me see.
It was about 6 days ago. I
Yeah,
think,
it's
5.
It's been yeah, about a week, but no, doesn't seem like anyone's really aware of anything.
How many people are in this ship right now? Like, are they? Is it like really cramped?
It's pretty cramped with all of you, and since one of the ships went down, it's certainly you, Mickey, Rina. You have about 4 other bounty hunters, and you have a goat or like a mountain sheep for whatever reason.
Can I? Can I insight this fucking sheep?
yeah, you can. The bounty hunters have tried to mess with it, but it does not seem to be able to be messed with.
Sucks close.
Yeah, you as well. Like, same with the bounty hunters. You got more things to worry about. The bounty hunters are fucking with it, but it seems to be like trying to buck at them. It seems kind of wild or not want to be messed with. Maybe it got scared off by the explosion, and it kind of was like any animal. Its instincts told it to survive. Maybe, I don't know. You don't really know, but it's a fucking sheep. Like, whatever.
Okay.
You're trying to like Mickey. Mickey also kind of shrugged it off. No, it seems like he's not aware, but you also get a feeling no one knows. You guys
I don't
have
think
a real secret, and no
I
one
don't
could
think
expect
Hawkins
it.
would mention it unless he's alone with Mickey. I don't think he would want to have prying eyes like people he doesn't even know. Don't worry about it. Alright, wait.
He looks at you when you say that, and you can tell he didn't understand what you were about to say, because what he says next. He kind of shrugs a little bit. Hawkins, if you're expecting an apology, I'm not going to apologize for not saving your friends. A few of my men and some of my friends, myself, died by those people when we chased you down on the wishbone. You know that's just part of our professions, right? You shouldn't be getting attached to people so easily. You gotta mourn and move on quickly before more friends die, Hawkins. That's what I've learned. That's what I thought knew.
This is a first for me.
I don't know if I should call you lucky or unlucky. To live so long with this being your first. At least as a pirate.
Well, first where I'm in charge, where it's my responsibility.
You can see whenever you say you're in charge of responsibility, you can see a bit of recognition or relatability almost on Mickey's face. Where there's definitely, you can tell he recognizes that there is actually a pretty big difference when it comes down to being a leader versus not in moments like this.
Well, where are we going?
What do you need to do?
I think in his head he's like, I gotta take the road. But if I take the road, I can't protect Trainer by myself. I have to... And it's like... I think he's got a few thoughts in his head. He's got the thought of, if he takes the road and he doesn't make it, he's dead.
Mm.
But there's also, he's not 100% sure whether his friends made it out alive or not. And if they did make it out alive and got captured, he needs to get there so they don't get consumed.
Yeah, by rust.
Yeah. So I think he might just like... I think he might want to get to Mount Mortread like now. Get it done. And like... Maybe his brain is like, I'll take the road later. You know, the Maplewood Marshes.
Of course.
Can you take me to the border between them and the Mount Mortread, please?
He kind of looks at you. I'll take you close to Maplewood. We're not going through those eastern endless peaks. There's no telling what's going on there. And he kind of, after he says that, he kind of looks at you again. Also, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this for any... I'm doing this to repay you for sparing my life. Though I wish to return... He kind of touches his chest. The mark you left me. It seems you're kind of bad enough. He kind of looks down to your right hand. And you ought rest. Especially after losing your friends. At least take you towards the city. The Maplewood.
You know that was a fluke, right?
Your hand? Or losing your friends?
Your chest.
My chest. You meant the
That was a lucky shot.
Oh, you mean...
No chance in hell I would ever do that again.
I won't deny. All that was very lucky. If all you weren't on that boat, it would have been a much different story. No? He kind of shrugs. He kind of shrugs and looks away for a moment. Perhaps it was a fluke that you hit me at the right time as well. Otherwise, maybe I wouldn't be alive. Fluke or not, death is death. A loss is a loss. Not many people offer mercy. Nor should they. And he looks at you after he says that, and he squints. Nor should you. So don't start expecting stuff like this again.
If people didn't give people mercy, I wouldn't be alive right now.
He nods. Yeah, you're right.
Alright. Can you just leave me as close through the marshes as you can? I don't need to go to the town.
Sure. It'll take several days, though.
It's alright. We've got plenty of time to chat.
Perfect. I don't fucking pee, though. Just I just drank my coffee before the session. It's gonna be like 2 minutes.
Hi, Mo5.
Hello, Mo5.
Hello.
You know what? Before I go use the restroom, let me... Mo5, see, I need to send Mo5 a message.
I'm here to see if Hawkins dies or not.
I'm alive for now. Teehee. Oh.
That's my question, Mo5, and I need to use the restroom a moment too. If you will.
How are you?
Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom fast.
Complain.
I'll give it
Just
2 minutes.
chilling.
How are you?
I kind of expect. I mean, I know this session was only gonna really have you. Oh, and wasn't it someone else?
I don't know. I haven't been told.
Okay.
I know there's supposed to be someone else, but I don't know who.
I thought Fondi said that, so I was like expecting, just like someone else here. But I only saw you, so I was like, oh shoot.
Do you know who?
No, I just remember Fondi saying 2 names, or I feel like I heard Fondi say 2 names, and that made me go,
Fuck. I want to know so badly.
maybe it's like a surprise. They like hop in later. That'd be really.
I'm so curious. Oh.
What did I miss though?
Right now I just got put on the ship. Dexter stole one of their airships and is running away.
Alright, I'm alive.
Welcome.
Classic Daxter move.
Classic Dexter. What an asshole.
Alright. Anything else you want to ask Mickey in the moment? Also, let me explain that it's the solemnness. It's probably been about, at this point, probably about an hour or 2 since you guys have left. Rinna has cried herself to sleep, to exhaustion, more or less. And everyone else is just still pretty much solemn. They're not really talking unless spoken to or necessary. You can tell it's kind of probably out of respect for you in the moment. You hear some of the other balloons that are a little bit farther away. You hear people chatting on them and things because they have no reason to really You hear some laughter in them. Someone be like, "Oh," and you don't know what they're saying, but you can tell that the mood's a lot different on the other air balloons.
Okay. I think once everything's died down and people are asleep, you probably ask, like, Mickey, so how do you deal with it when something happens and it's because you didn't plan for it?
You asked
And
me how
people
you deal with,
die.
you asked me how you deal with the situation, or how you deal with the guilt. Which one is it, Hawkins?
Bit of both.
Well, firstly, you always have a backup plan. We'll use the example of when I attach on that wishbone. My backup plan was having a team with my vice commander, who is a cleric, behind us. So most of the men who fell off the ship were able to be saved. Because I knew that'd probably happen. So that's plan B. And if we stopped the ship and got in a big fight, we'd have reinforcements. So the first step is always having a plan B. Second step is knowing what you're there for. Because if you're there for a bunch of different things, you'll always be confused. That's your job. He kind of pokes you on the head. That's your job as the leader, to think, to set up
His finger, like,
things.
pokes through some of the fleshy bits between my scales. Because if you... ow.
Sorry. The point is, if you're a leader, you're the one in charge of everyone's lives. You become their actions, their voice. You make sure they know what they're there to do. They do it. And you don't stay for more. Greed kills people. And when he says that, I don't know what you may think of, but I'd like to suggest maybe when he says something like that, you'd remember the greed of that first chest you opened. In the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Only about
Yes,
a
it
week ago.
does.
Greed kills people. You only go for things you need. And he kind of flits the whole Dadster thing. Your anger made you want to chase Dadster, but you can always do him another day. Sometimes it's better not to let people go. But that's very rare. But if for some reason all your preparations go south, and you can't run away, and make sure you try and run away if possible, fighting another day is better. But if everything goes south and you start losing people, the first thing you can never allow is yourself to mourn. Because when you mourn, more people will die. You have to get whoever else is alive out first. You can mourn when you're safe. And when you mourn, you need to move on quickly. Because if you don't, you become a dead man yourself. A dead man who breathes. It never gets easier, Hawkins. You just get more numb. That's all.
I think Hawkins hears that and he's like, yeah, he's right. I want to kill Dexter myself. And he's going to change his command to valid, whatever, scratch that. Whenever things die down, or you feel like it's time to retreat, go into the forests and command them to dig themselves underground for later. Gonna need the numbers. Just like dig a pit and cover themselves and just lay low in the forest.
Like freaking Vietnamese spider traps.
Yeah,
Pop
yeah,
out.
basically. Yes, exactly.
Imagine a day you forget about that, and then one day you're there, and you're like, "How do you run through this forest?" Just pop up 1,000 units.
Oh, sorry, Admiral Valid.
You understand the recognition, but you can tell it's not faded, but you can tell there's almost like an interruption. It feels like. Not that
He's
cut
like
off,
busy.
But, but so far he's still alive, so he's been fighting for a couple hours, and you can tell they're still at least alive.
What a
but he
fucking
gets up,
legend.
and Mickey, obviously not knowing what you're doing, is still talking. He goes on and on. And whenever they die, the best you can do is remember them. Maybe try and live in certain ways. But ultimately, the only thing you can do is try and be better. Try and be more cautious. He actually sits down beside you. I'm assuming you're sitting. But he
Yeah.
kinda sits down to get on your level. As he kind of looks over to you. Honestly, Hawkins, I don't think you're that bad of a guy. If it wasn't for weird luck making you always out of my hands and making me feel like I need to replace my honor, I honestly would have liked you to be part of the Rose Gold Company. However, that's not
Oh,
really
no.
the case. He rolls his eyes. Yeah, sure.
Mickey, you're a twat.
You're
But
not
I
much
love
different
you.
yourself. Anyway, Hawkins, the one thing you gotta remember above all, no matter how much you want to save all your friends, no matter how much things happen, when it comes down to it, you shouldn't be a hero. Heroes are the ones who get themselves killed. And if you die, kind of points at you again. He doesn't poke you though. He points at you. And if you die, you won't be able to save anyone else. You won't be able to save anyone else you care for. Staying alive is the most important thing. He just kind of says that, and he kind of looks away. That's stuff for you to figure out yourself. Doesn't matter how much I tell you. Maybe you'll learn from this lesson, or maybe you have to get another 100 men killed. Maybe you get lucky and die yourself. Though when he says that, he looks back. But you can't die before I capture you, at least.
Bro, sorry, yeah, of course, yeah.
You have to spend a couple years in prison. Maybe not that much. Your bounty's not that high.
It's,
You know your bounty
honestly,
went
it's not even worth your time.
You
Oh,
know
went
your
up?
Yeah, it went up a little bit. Not that I'm paying any attention. As you
Really?
said, it's not really worth my time. It's
What is it?
They went up about 100 Rihdar in gold.
That's it? Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, 300 baby though. Congratulations.
I mean, fucking Mantis was down there. Is he like 3 grand?
Might be 5,000. Probably worth more now.
5,000?
That's does pretty big one though, as well. There's a big price on their head. When he said that, he kind of looks around. There's a lot of money in that damn cave.
Wait, how much? Is Dexter?
That's just worth at least as much as Mantis. Probably a lot more. Main reason being, well, he kind of smiles. I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure that you could probably bargain actually for Datster. Most bounties you can't bargain with, but if they sent the military on him, they're really pissed. You know, you remember, when was it? He kind of looks around. What was it, about 2 weeks ago? They were sending all these caravans up to Ermina, the Wind Swirls. Well, you know, he's been raiding caravans non-stop, so he's also started raiding those military caravans. But no.
Maybe I should be a bounty hunter.
More honest work than what you do.
Well, more money in it at least.
No. Doesn't mean it's any easier, though. And unlike you pirates who can take and leave, we have to deal with the consequences. Console all the dead families and things like that. Yeah. You ever had to kill someone's dad in front of their own daughter?
Hawkins closed his eyes for a bit. Yeah.
Mickey genuinely looked surprised. Huh. I actually didn't expect that. I guess my point's not there then.
It wasn't on purpose.
There never is it?
No.
Or at least you don't want things so afterwards.
You're not the only one who has to deal with the consequences, Mickey. I think Hawkins, like, scratches underneath the collar, like where his skin touches it.
You'd realize there's a little bit of rust there right now.
Yeah.
It's a little harder.
I'm way over my fucking head, mate.
Well, Hawkins, it's probably best you get some rest. You're in bad shape, especially that hand of yours. I don't know how it's still holding on. And you'd realize yourself that your hand is holding on simply because you have so much innate necromancy like magic. Like as you explained your hand to be just like full on skeletal now, right?
It's based. I think it mainly like all the skin is just melted off, all the muscles gone, and the bones have like melted but dried. So it's like they've been like super glued together.
Oh, I see. So they're melted together. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You realize you probably might even be able to move it if necessary, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, that works as well. It's connected in some way. That's all that matters.
So like the bone is still there, so the bone is still attached, so it's not gonna fall off. But he can't. It hurts.
Yeah,
but
I'm
he
fucking
can't.
sure
He
it
can't
does.
move. He can't move a skeleton because there's no muscle to move.
Yeah. Well, arguably you could, but probably not since it's melted together.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if it wasn't held together, maybe I could have. But
Yeah.
it's all fucky wucky.
Damn.
Yeah,
we've learned-
I need some fucking sleep.
You are. As he kind of he stands back up. Let's leave you to it.
And Hawkins will probably spend like half an hour just kind of looking at Rain asleep, and he'll eventually nod off.
All right. Let me see. I need something. All right. At some point during your rest, you don't know exactly when, you suddenly hear a very staticky noise. Suddenly seems to sharply pierce the ears of yourself, and it jolts you awake. As you can tell, everyone else has also heard this, as they've all kind of they weren't sleeping, but they're jolted, looking around. The sound it's very unnatural, jarring. So much, in fact, it almost makes you feel like you might still be dreaming. This noise surely isn't real. It was too sharp, too strange. Then, almost as if following it, you watch as the entire sky above you begins to glitch and shake, as static seems to almost like move across it, before you see suddenly opening with almost like this black bar, a materializing image of a man, probably hundreds of yards across, something that almost looks like a giant picture in the sky. This man, he stands tall, confident in his stance, his hair gray. However, it's well trimmed and combed back. It's short, eloquent. A hefty velvet shoulder piece climbs up his neck, and it spans over his shoulders, almost similar to the style of a straw hat. Then under this, a piece drapes this long velvet cape. It's both trimmed by golden complets, embroidered designs, very sophisticated looking. In the center of his uniform, you see is revealed an exquisite vest of similar style and color, except the very center of it is this dark green. 2 sashes wrap around his underclothing. You see a deep crimson silk around his waist, and a leaf green sash across his chest. Pinned above his heart is a badge in the style of a blossoming flower, clearly the work of a master jeweler. It's crafted entirely from red ruby, with a golden pearl in its center. Eloquent, professional, and capable this man seems, only to be questioned by this bushy gray beard, grown long enough to potentially seem shabby. However, for him it only serves to expand upon his character, seemingly now a wise man of great experience. You see this is backed by his hardened face. It's lightly tanned by years of service under the glare of Stella. Though hardened, his eyes show compassion, understanding, and wit. In this moment it seems nearly as if tears belonged in his eyes. Though stout, it is clear to the watchful eye that this man has more on his mind. The badge above his heart speaks of his position. That blossom badge is one of a kind, given only to the voice of the Senate. This is Afonso Enditzer, voice of the Senate. And behind him rises Stella, almost as if it is to greet him, as this image is portrayed across the entirety of the sky of Kadoy. People of Kadoy, an emergency announcement is in progress. All citizens of the Republic of Kadoy are watching this at the same time. Look to the sky, look around, and understand we as a nation are united in hearing this. I plead you, remember that we are in this together, for the news I bear is grave. As many of you know, I am Alfonso Nditzer, the voice of the Senate. While I am no different from my fellow senators, my position as the Senate's spokesperson bears many joys, but in moments like this, many grievances. Regardless, I will perform my job. Please take a seat in the nearest chair, embrace your loved ones, or even sit on the ground if you must. His eyes seem to be slightly red, almost indicating the minute signs of grief and of stress. However, his posture, his composure is unfaltering. This man in his age is clearly first and foremost a professional, as he only stops for a moment before going on.
Is everyone else on the ship watching this with me, or is it?
No, everyone.
Is it like asleep?
No.
Okay.
You realize when you wake up and saw this, everyone's watching this. You don't know about this, but this is something that the others. Well, this is a rare occurrence, but you can tell it's a real thing happening. At least, seemingly for everyone. 2 days ago, 3 of our Night Lords, Sir Alexis Villar, Sir Frunazar Edwards, and Lady Ermina Alias, were having a meeting within the Festives regions in order to work together in their upcoming projects. This is standard, but a secretive type of thing, completely normal and reasonable. The Day of Peace is one of the few days we need not worry. However, the belief in that principle has ambushed us. Yet, we never doubted its safety. That is, until our great nation, our valiant Night Lords, were struck by betrayal. With their guard down, they were assaulted, not by known enemies, nor by unknown enemies, yet by our most trusted friends. The nation we gave up our own lands and people to create, the defender of our continent, and our sister nation, the Avum Order. You see, with this, he pulls out a crystal. It looks very similar to a remembrance crystal. We, the Senate, after much thought, decided to reveal the last message of the hero Alexis Villar, and some of the images connected to this incident. We feared the imagery and desperation would only serve to break your hearts. Consequently, only things that are broken can be mended to become stronger, and we as a nation must become stronger. You see the crystal in his hand lights up, and displaying in his hand, and now over this giant viewing crystal in the sky, you see the screen of a weird scene. You see a beat up.
If I'm in this, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit. You motherfucker.
Fuck. On the screen, you see a beat-up, bloodied, and very clearly exhausted Alexis Villar. You see it's very apparent that he is protecting the fallen bodies of Ermina and Frunazar. As he defends against unknown assailants, you can see the shadows coming towards him, but not their faces. We have been attacked! There are many of them! From where they arrived, I do not know. However, they seem to know where we would be here. Suddenly, the screen flashes. It now shows Alexis in a different place, running with the 2 Night Lords over his shoulders. You see figures once again chasing him, and arrows flashing beyond him, striking into his armor and off of it. To the Senate, I send this message. I've recognized some of them. Friends, members of the Avum Order, we have been betrayed. His words are cut off, as you see in the sky looming a black figure. A black dragon clearly descends from behind him, crashing to the ground. As you witness dirt go flying up, as the imagery cuts off again. Once again, you see the scene changes, still to Alexis. His face, now down in the mud. His head is currently being pulled up from the mud by his hair, by someone standing on his back, though you can't tell who it is. To the people, I'm sorry. Don't fear. We are strong. He coughs up blood as you see a finger run across his neck. So quickly, so gently, it goes almost unnoticed.
Together, nothing can defeat us. Don't give up. Because I'll never give up.
As you see a black sword slices through his words as it slices through his neck. A laughter rings out as blood drips onto the screen, turning it off. Calmly, Alfonso, but still slowly, returns the crystal beside him. It is true. We have lost our hero, Alexis Villar. Alongside Fronazar and Ermina in an ambush and betrayal from our sister nation. Peace has made us blind to the plots around us. We, the Senate, have failed you. He goes into a very deep bow. Our apologies will never be enough. Instead, we will honor the words of Alexis, our bravest, our purest, and our most virtuous hero. We will not surrender. We will not tolerate this, and we will not give up. Together we are strong. We are undefeatable. We will repay this transgression with blood and fire. We declare war on the Avum Order, and we will not give up until their apologies are indistinguishable from their listless blood. With that, in this last moments of his composure turning to anger, the image of Alfonso cuts off and is replaced by written words that more or less tell people to speak to their local governing forces for further details. With that, Kadoy has officially declared war upon the Avum Order.
I think Organs is laughing for the first time in a very long time. Oh, fuck. Oh my. So that, oh my god. What the fuck? That is not how it happened, I'll tell you that. Oh shit.
Do a persuasion check. Or a persuasion roll.
Okay.
Pretty good. You see all the men, all the laughter and things from on these other ships. All these people are stopped still, staring up at the sky. Rihanna is stopped. They're now awake. Everyone else still feels like they're frozen. As you see Mickey, with anger in his eyes, it looked like he was about to throw a punch at you. But in the last moment, we can tell he thought differently of it.
Mickey, I need you to sit down. We got some talking to do.
Hawkins. There's a lot more.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than talking that needs to be done. As he looks around. Everyone! Lower yourselves to the ground! That's kind of snapping out of this. Perhaps even happy to be able to follow orders and stuff. Think in this moment. All these people start controlling the airships towards the ground. You best start making it quick, Hawkins. We need to go back to Port Crevice to see what the hell's going on.
Mickey, you're a man of honor, right?
Stop beating around the bush.
You think these politicians are telling you the truth? Do you think they only work in your best interest? If they tell you to do something, will you do it? No matter what.
Are you questioning Alfonso and Ditzer?
Yes.
He's done nothing but help these people of this lands. He's done nothing but try to make everyone's lives better.
Listen, I think he's not that bad. You know, to me personally. All right, we can talk about this later. He's an old boss of mine. Anyway, It is this is what was the name of the country? I forget.
The Republic of Kadoy. That's the official
No,
name.
not this country. The one he's
The
going to war
Avum,
against.
the Avum Order.
Mickey, the Ovum Order is a scapegoat. It's not them that killed Alexis, Fredazar, and Ermina.
And who was it, Hawkins?
It was Peturaman and Ambros Mistleen.
Please roll another persuasion with. It's going to have to be a disadvantage. I know you're telling the truth here, but it's too unbelievable for someone who's lived in their
Okay.
entire life. Maybe Petura, but it's actually it's like another impossible thing for you to convince someone of. Hawkins, now's not the time to say things like that.
Mickey, I was there.
You were there. What's next? You're
It
telling me you helped
happened
kill them?
between Maplewood and Port Crevice. It was on that big old fucking road.
The one we're on now. The Maple
We can
ones.
look if we look down. Can I try and get an idea of where there's going to be? Have we passed where it happened? Yeah.
The area was actually really close to Maplewood. Really, it was like over here. You guys are like up here. You're just several days travel from it.
We're a few days away, but I can point you the exact location.
I don't have a few days, Hawkins. You do realize our territory is right on the coast of the Ava Morta.
Yeah,
I need to get to Port Crevice before our men get drafted or things go to shit. To understand what's happening. The company is not going to be able to stay out of this. I'm sorry, but I can't take you any farther. Nor do I really like what the hell you're saying.
It's the truth. I'm trying to give you the full, honest truth right now. For the first time in my life, I tried to do the right thing, and this is what it gave me. My friends are dead. I'm by myself, and if I don't get to the marshes in 5 days, I'm gonna die.
He hears what you're saying. Hawkins,
Not just me. Whatever chance there is that they made it out of that explosion, they're gonna die too.
he kind of the ships are now the air balloons are now lowering and are hitting kind of like near the road. He puts his arm on your shoulder. I hear what you're saying, Hawkins, and it doesn't look like you're lying in your eyes. But you need more rest. That's what it is. This has shot us all.
I'm trying to think of specific.
Let me put it like this.
Details.
You're telling him the location. These are good things. Let me put it like there's trying to persuade someone. There's levels of someone being able to be persuaded, and there are levels of it being impossible to ever persuade someone. Let me explain the situation from an NPC who's lived in Kadoy all their life. The government has never really done anything to hurt the people of this nation. They've only really helped them. Besides, with the riots, like 5 or 6 years ago, but ever since they've done really well. Afonso Nditzer himself is probably the most loved person in this nation. He is very generous, a very kind man. He is extremely far from what a politician normally is, so that's why that wouldn't work. The statement of, firstly, it's almost unbelievable that the 3 Night Lords are dead in the first place. And to say Ambrose and Petura killed them is firstly to say Petura is a pirate lord, maybe, but there's no way she's strong enough to do it by herself. Ambrose used to be the hero of the nation before Alexis came on. And as far as everyone knows, he's still considered a hero. He's the most popular Night Lord. There's no way he would betray the nation. And even if they did, Alexis is the hero of Kadoy. He can't be defeated, especially if he has 2 other Night Lords with him. Unless it was some crazy force. It would take an entire nation to kill him by himself. That's what the belief in this place is. I don't think it's possible, without some kind of evidence or like proof on hand, in this moment to convince anyone of this, unless they already have awareness of it.
Could I
It's too impossible of a thing.
try and cast minor illusion of like what I saw. Of like the scene of all five of them fighting.
I would say yes. I think something I would allow you to do, but it'd be very jarring and unprofessional. However, the problem is Mickey is not waiting for that. He's not going to wait for you to do all that. So if you start trying that, he's basically about to strong arm you off the ship. Since they've landed and they're about to take off back towards Port Crevice. Hawkins, when sorry I couldn't repay the debt, as he kind of looks at you. I'll warn you, Hawkins. You're speaking crazy right now. You best be careful with that. And my last advice to you, Hawkins, is you best not get an innocent and sweet lady like, he points toward Rena, like Rena in danger anymore. I don't know why the two of you are together, or any of this, but people like us shouldn't meddle in the affairs of common folk, and vice versa. When you get a chance, you should rest, Hawkins.
I have rested.
Not enough. There's only an hour or two you got to rest. That's not enough after what you went through. Your brain's all over the place. I have to get back to Port Crevice, to my men, to people I need to protect. As he's basically he's going to take the whip off of you, and he's going to basically push you off, or get you off of. If he has to by force, though, I assume you wouldn't try to be forceful about staying on this balloon. But he's landed and he's going to get you off of it.
You're making a mistake, Mickey.
You can't let sent you. We all make mistakes sometimes. We start to hope we can see them before it's too late.
I'm trying to show you. I'm really trying. You're making a big mistake. But I wish you the best.
You better not die out there, Hawkins.
It's been nice knowing you.
Especially with what's to come. He doesn't say anything else as he gets you off. You watch as his goat is also shoot off now that they've landed. So Urina and this goat have been shoot off as they're taking back off towards Port Crevice. You are currently about here, like on this tile right here. So you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. By foot, it's gonna be a 4-day journey to Maplewood. So far, it's about the end of the first day. Well, it's about midday right now, actually.
Can I Rona, we're at a crossroads.
Oh, sorry, that's not... Huh?
How are you? Are you okay?
I wasn't dreaming, right?
No. You heard what I said, right?
Why is everything going to shit suddenly?
Everything's always been going to shit, Raider. They're only now starting to show it to us. But they're lying.
How would they lie, though? What do they have to gain?
Well, you know what happens with war. Land. Money. You get to steal what you take.
But they even ordered
There's lots of reasons to go to war.
They even ordered was theirs in the first place. They probably could have just asked them to come back to the nation.
Raider, don't be so naive. Once you got your freedom, you're not just going to come back. You heard what I said to Mickey, right?
Yeah.
That's the truth. They were betrayed by their fellow Night Lords. And now they're trying to keep it secret from us. How does that make you feel?
Let me see something. It makes me kind of agree with that man that maybe need more rest. Maybe I need more rest. Maybe I should go back home.
I think when Hawkins looks at Raina, he kind of sees the little lizard girl, like just before he killed her dad.
Hmm.
Like, the first life he ruined. And he doesn't want to ruin another one.
It says Mickey just warned you. It's not for common folk, and people like you and him shouldn't mix their affairs.
Yeah, but he feels bad.
But as you see bounty hunters take off in the sky as they go back the way you're going. You don't know exactly where you are, but for states of the game, you have 4 days travel. Sorry, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 4 days travel on this road, and 4 days through the marshes. In theory, right now you don't have enough time to get back alive. So you're gonna have to figure something out.
Is it middle of the night?
Nope, it's probably about midday right now. You guys are only
Midday.
you're only traveling for a couple of hours, but it's pretty fast since you're able to like fly over trees in the forest. But it's nearing. It's about midday, maybe the evening. But it's just you, Rena, and the goat, or the mountain sheep. You gotta figure out what to do.
At times like this, you gotta make sacrifices. Hogan's gonna flip the coin. The dream coin.
Okay.
Let's go for a walk. Raina, if you want to turn around, I won't stop you. But fuck, what was the name of her? Was it her boss or her dad?
It wasn't her dad. It was the person about. It was the person who was in charge of the place before her, Thomas Libel. I assume that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, Raina, Thomas Libel wasn't some regular person. He was involved in some mighty fucking cool shit. He saw what this country's like, and he fought against it. I'm giving you the chance to do the same.
Doesn't really sound much like him. But she kind of looks behind her. I don't really want to go back. What if those undead start going that way?
They could. yeah, they could. But someone tells me
Go
that
south for now.
my bosses will treat you well.
Okay. She is. You didn't very clearly. You try to speak reason to her, but much like Mickey, but in a much different way. It's hard to speak reason to her. Mickey is just couldn't believe what you're saying. She is, as he was saying, she's just a common folk more or less. She is in a much different. Her mind is just constructed for stuff like this differently than yours, and you're starting to see the difficulties of having to travel someone like that when things get difficult.
All right.
It's gonna be hard to get through. It's more or less you can tell in the moments like this, almost like what Mickey did whenever his men were frozen, listening to that message. Sometimes it's better to give people like this just orders to follow, so they don't have to think. A lot of people find it easier to follow orders than to make them themselves.
All right. So it's time to take responsibility. Hawkins is gonna, like, kind of wedge his bony hand on a tree and smash it with a hammer.
Sure, it's going to hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, I know.
Do a con save.
Did I get a short rest, by the way?
Yep. I don't know if you have any how many hit dice you have, but you can use them if you wish.
I didn't use any of them.
Nice. Don't forget you have 3 more as well.
Yeah, I got 3 extra.
You can use those as well. And be sure to add your +9 to that as well, the last one.
Yep. Okay. Con save.
You hit your hand. as so much pain goes through you, you hit it, and then the next second you find yourself woken up with Rena holding you, looking over you. Are you okay?
Oh, I probably should have just. I probably should have used something sharp.
As you've done that, you realize you have hit it off, but you are in an extreme amount of pain right now from that. All your nerves have been shattered there, the ones that were at the end. Your bone, your hand has become jagged at the end of it.
He's gonna grab the hand from the around his neck and place it on it.
Sure, you pull it off. You put this hand on. Let me actually look at this item real fast. Alright. You put this hand onto the stub of what you just hit off as you kind of sit up and do this. As you feel it, though it only has a couple fingers, two of which are still the original rotted fingers, one of which is Mako's finger. You feel it doesn't really do anything at first. But then you can see almost as the fingers, they almost like break themselves backwards as if the hand's trying to like reverse crawl itself up your arm. And as it does it, as it bends back, you see the fingers unnaturally reach back. It's almost like they're starting to stitch in some ways your flesh onto the hand itself. And as it does it, you start feeling a connection. You start feeling almost like you're being choked around your neck. Nothing's there. As you start feeling a lot of desire. And for a brief moment, you have a thought that I assume you probably don't want to have, but the thought is, damn. It's a shame all that money blew up in that. It's a shame there was no money in that chest that blew up. Instead of, damn, it's a shame I killed my friends. As you feel greed start to almost briefly pop up before you can push it back down. You realize this weird desire for more. Almost like a hunger. Your lips feel a little bit dry as the hand finishes etching itself on.
I think. Sorry, you going more?
Yeah, go ahead. Would you wish to do something first, or?
I think just the way I think it would slowly morph into a lizard hand, but the fingers that were chopped off stayed their normal owners. But instead of like actually just like following his skin looking normally, it would be like a very obvious, really gnarly scar, like it was like raggedly stitched on. Not even stitched, like it was just left there and it left it heal for too long and it never really healed properly. And like everywhere past the scar is just completely sheer white, right? Like no blood flow goes through it, but it moves normally. So it goes from his green scales, green, big old scar, then pale.
Interesting. So it's very obvious then.
Yeah.
And as this kind of forms and it's like that, you briefly, after that greed enters your head, you suddenly feel a hunger. As I was saying, your lips are dry. It's been a while since you bit something. It's been a while since you ate something. As this right hand, almost as if it has a little bit of a mind of its own, tries to... You feel it, the fingers, almost without you doing it, move on their own. And before you really get control, you see it almost like one finger lifts up and looks around, almost as if it has like an eye on the end of it. Almost like it's feeling the wind. And as you're being held by Rina, you feel the hand turn and look. As you can tell right away, this hand's about to try and grab Rina by the neck. As you feel this deep hunger inside of you.
I'd like to stop it, please.
Unfortunately, as you try and grab it, you feel something else grab it first.
I think it's about time this charade ends, Hawkins.
Oh, fire. Oh, my fucking.
I'm holding the hand. I think we're safe now, for the time being. For me to not be a goat.
What? What did, we can just like slowly tear. What did you do? How did you make? How are you? I thought you.
Come on, Hawkins. You're a man, aren't you?
I
So,
thought.
as you see, Kira's also kind of starting to tear up.
I thought I lost you again.
I told you I'd be back, didn't I? I told you I'd see you soon. Did you not believe me?
I was too busy screaming.
Yeah, you did do a lot of screaming. It was pretty funny.
You're a bitch.
Sorry, I don't try. Sorry I didn't come out sooner. I don't trust those friends of yours.
It was good, honestly. A good idea, yeah. Hogan's just like trying to ready to like get back to like yeah, yeah. Fuck them. I didn't tell them too much, did I? So I told them about, you know. Should I have told them about the rest? You know, about Petora.
I think the less they know, the better for us. Loose lips sink ships, after all.
I was gonna tell them about that happened before the fucking. I probably should have told them beforehand, then they would have believed me. Oh well.
Oh well, I mean, what's with this though? As I like wave this hand.
Oh, I lost it, and then I needed to do one, and yeah, the sacrifice has got to be made.
Kira, you are very
Stomach acid.
you're very aware though that is a cursed hand. Damu announced that to everyone that is. It's a very
Right.
dangerous hand. So neither of you are unaware of the danger of what
Yeah.
he's just done.
That's the like, I think because Damu said like you can do that. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
thought, oh,
But both of you understand the severity of the choice that Hawkins has just made, for sure. There's no secrets there. Rena doesn't know, but Rena, by the way, is not. It's almost like she's starstruck. She is just kind of frozen. It's like she wants to say something, but there's nothing for her to say. She doesn't know what the hell to say. Yes.
I'm glad Hawkins kept you alive, Reina.
You're a goat.
Why, thank you. I know I am. But enough about me being a goat. We don't have much time, do we?
Oh, okay. Honestly, I was worried. I was really trying to get to, because I thought, all right, here was my thinking. If we had to get there as fast as we can, so the rest would kill us, right? And then maybe I could come back and we could take the road and fulfill the prophecies and save Maplewood, baby.
Well, I suppose if that's the case, we probably should. Do we just start moving, or should we rest for the night?
Well, it's midday, right? So
Oh, it's midday. Why
let's
did
wait
I
till
think it
night.
was nighttime?
To be fair, while it is midday, that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys shouldn't rest. You guys know what shape you're in. I don't need to tell you.
Because if we rest now, our sleep schedule will be fucked, right? And we'll be awake in the middle of the night, and then we can't travel during nighttime. That's dangerous.
Would Kira recognize, the lands, or excuse me, the lay of the land here?
You'd recognize you're on the big waltz, and you're kind of inside what you'd know to be the dancing forest, a very deep forest up there by Port Crevice that always dances in the winds. I don't know necessarily what you look by lay of the land. You're trying to figure out where you are, like how far you have to go. You'd realize
Like, would I
you're somewhere.
recognize the geography?
You're somewhere in the dancing forest, and the dancing forest is a rather big forest, but it's really close to Port Crevice. You realize you're probably somewhere around the crossroads, going towards Hinns, versus going towards Port Crevice. You'd have probably been able to tell. You guys have passed the crossroads. If you keep going south, you'll be heading towards Maplewood, but you're not far from the crossroads. You would have several days' journey on foot.
Can you
Okay.
turn into a horse? Respectfully.
That's actually a good question.
Uh,
Respectfully, of course.
well, what CR can you? Oh, by the way, Jackal is in your backpack. So when it's wild shaped with you.
Gotcha.
So Jackal is technically alive.
I mean, a horse is probably like half CR, right? Or at
Probably,
least a war horse is one half, so I think a regular one would be like a quarter.
yeah, I know what a horse is. I just need to know. I just need to know what CR Mofab can turn into right now.
The current CR I can turn to is 1/4. Or excuse me, I'm level 4, so one half.
You can turn into a horse.
I can Hawkins, I suppose.
How long can you wild shape for? Wait, when could you do this? I've never seen you do this before.
Because I don't want any of you riding me, especially the others.
Yeah, that's fair actually. The second you said you could do that, my first thought was we could ride you. Fuck.
Well, I can definitely tell you this. It won't last forever, but it does last for quite some time. So, if you two want to really get a move on, then yes. I'll change to a horse.
Hell yeah.
Uh, Perfect. So you guys aren't resting first. All right. Yep. You can describe how you turn to horse if you wish. I don't know if it's unique or if you have your own way of wild shaping.
Okay, if so for this case, I think Kira would just I think Kira would definitely take Jackal and like hand it to Reina.
Oh, the things.
Hold on to him for a moment, or her. I still don't know. Or which I would. It's a him, right?
I can't remember. It was your choice, I think, but I don't know if we ever. I think we went back
Okay.
and forth. I don't know.
Okay, you know what? Hold on to it for a bit, as you can see, Kira just begins to, you know, if it was all slowed down, you would see this horrific, transformation of bones, snapping and breaking to becoming larger, and skin tearing to reveal a horse underneath. But because it happened so fast, it's almost like a blur, as Kira has well shaped into a horse.
Ooh, nice. Ooh.
That was I heard the bones cracking. That was visceral.
You just hear horse noises.
Oh, right, of course. Well, after you, milady. Hawkins helps Reina up.
Did I short rest as well, or no?
Yeah, I think actually, I think that must be your tokens. So technically, I don't think any of that information was saved. So you can do you can do a short rest.
If there was an opportunity to do a short rest on the boat or on the ship, I think I definitely would
I
have.
don't know
As
if
a
you would be
goat.
since you're a wild shaped. I don't know if you can short rest. It's whole concentration for wild shape.
Maybe.
Or is it like,
No, you don't have to hold concentration for wild shape.
then I'd say short
It's
rest.
just instantaneous. It's yeah.
Well, since you're in wild shape, you're on there for several hours. You probably actually get a long rest. You takes you 4 hours to long rest, right?
Yes, it takes me 4 hours to long rest. So if I was meditating as a goat, then heck yeah, then I would have full rested.
Yeah, I'll give you a full rest. Why not?
Sick. All right, then I will utilize one usage
Though-
of my wild shape.
Yeah, though arguably it is may not have been the best. But we'll let it go. Okay. All right. As you guys are going down the road of pretty fast down this road, eventually the end of the first day goes by. As it now approaches to be night. As it is now becoming the 21st of Pylamos. As it becomes dark.
Alright.
The light of Stella fading away. A long, nightmarish day coming to an end of sorts.
Well, let's rest then, shall we? Thank you for that, Kira. Sorry, it's a bit awkward, right? Maybe we'll get some saddles Or not? Saddles?
It's not worth it. It's not.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
good to be prepared, right?
I don't think you want to be carrying around a saddle. Those things
Yeah,
aren't
you're
light.
right. What if we just kept it on you?
And how about how about we rest before you lose your other hand?
Okay. Oh,
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, sure. Oh, my goodness.
I think Kira's gonna make sure observe make do a quick little patrol to make sure there's no one, no leering eyes hidden in the forests or.
So yeah, you very easily you realize no one's around. You don't have to do a check or anything. There's just seems pretty quiet. You're kind of on the edge of the dancing forest. There's no view. Maybe everyone who was out, it's probably quickly rushed back to a town, because there's been peace for. There's been peace. This is the first war, at least for Doi and nearby nations, since the Continental Liberation Wars, nearly 30 years ago. This is not some light news. Most people are probably with their families now, or have quickly dropped everything they were doing. And even probably people everyone in this nation saw it being human or not. So it seems everything, even the beast, are quiet.
So where does this nation border? Is it north?
If you go to the Ordis map, or even to Doi map, if you look at Doi, it's directly right. It is.
Oh,
it
so
is
it's past here.
Yeah, it's the only nation connected to the Forgotten Continent, or the Fallen Continent. It was originally Kadoi land, but it was separated to become a buffer between Kadoi and the monstrosities of the fallen nation over there, the Fallen Continent.
Kira's gonna go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, go on. You're good.
I was just like, Kira's just gonna go wander. Just gonna do her wandering thing and just find food for the three of us.
Yeah, very easy. You see, there's quite a few bushes with berries, pretty standard in this kind of region on this road.
Okay.
Not necessarily very filling, but enough to be something.
Okay. Because while Kira's wandering, I have to quickly be right back. So BRB. So
Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom entry real fast. So I can,
Oh,
I'll
sick.
be taking a small break myself. Be right back.
Hey, I'm back. Smiley back.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. But yes, do you wish to do anything? You guys wish to do anything tonight? Of course, I know you flipped your coin, Hawkins.
I'd like to. I never gave the brazier back to Damu,
No, yeah, you
luckily. So I'd like to try and do it again and get my familiar back since he died.
Yep, very easily. You can as well as you test your spell slots.
It's ritual, so it's free.
What free? Interesting.
Yeah, because rituals don't use spell slots because they take like an hour.
Spell slots, yes. What kind of things do a Find Familiar take supply wise?
it uses. So we didn't figure it out because we didn't use any coins.
Flipping coins.
Because we didn't use. I don't know. Maybe if Damu gave me some of his incense or something.
Usually things are covered. I'm just wondering how much
Let
does
me
it?
find it.
How much does it cost? Does it cost like 10 charcoal or something? Was it?
10
Is that pricey?
silver worth of something. Where is it? Find familiar. Where you are. 10 gold, yeah, worth of charcoal, incense, and herbs.
You have a spell focus, right? That's your sword
Yep.
blade. That your hilt. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. With your focus, and you can, if that thing is crossed, it's pretty easy to scrounge up the stuff.
Okay.
Easy enough, at least. That you do in fact, you see his inns kind of reforms in front of you. Naturally this time as well. It's not some weird stuff here.
Hello, it's sorry that happened. Oh, you know you can speak to me telepathically, right? You can just say words. You don't have to scream.
Can it actually speak? Does it have enough intelligence to speak?
Yeah,
Or
we can speak in telepathically.
can it speak to you, or can you tell
I've
it to speak to
actually
it?
I've tried googling. Let me. I don't know.
But I
It's
don't
up
know
to
if
you.
let me see. I don't know if it has enough intelligence. Let me see what its intelligence is. It has 2 intelligence. It's not speaking, I don't think. It can hear you, but I don't think it can speak back. Not really, at least. Maybe very basic things.
This is why I got to get a crow,
Or maybe train them.
or I need to get a. Can I make a parrot?
You could, I guess, yeah. You have to
I'll
teach it
stick with
words.
the hook for now. Yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, fucking a gray, one of those African greys where they have like 800 words.
It's like an advanced sending spell. You have 800 words to send. Pick them wisely.
Oh, they can understand me, but they can't. Okay, that makes sense. So I can't speak back. That makes sense. Or it's. I need you. Can you like just survey around? Because you have dark vision and I do not. So you just like give it. You know, if anything happens, let me know. Thanks. And I'm also gonna take the hilt. That's all fucky. That's the blade's gone, and just tie some twine and hang it around my neck.
Sure. Perfect. Okay.
Alright, we gotta do some. Fuck. It sucks, but there's only 3 of us. We can't really do watches very well, can we?
Nope, but I don't need a lot of sleep, so if you want, I could definitely take the first watch.
Well, I'll keep Inns around, and he'll fly around. If anything comes up, he'll scream real loud, and it'll be a real fucking ruckus.
Well,
So hopefully that will be enough. But
hopefully
I'll also do another ritual for 10 minutes. Alarm.
Okay.
So if anyone like sneaks up around, like maybe a bottleneck that might towards our camp, it'll alarm us.
Yeah, on the edge of on the dancing forest, there's enough trees and things where unlike the open areas beyond it, where it's pretty easy to set up in a way where you can have a decently defendable spot.
Okay.
Alright. What else for you lot?
I think I only have 1 sleeping bag. Oh, Raina, you got a sleeping bag, right? You brought camping gear?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's perfect.
As you see, Rina actually is like, yeah, I brought some stuff. As she sets up an entire tent.
Fuck, that's smart. Kira, did you bring a tent?
you can see Kira patting like this big rolled up cloth. Of course I did. I've had it since the beginning.
I
Doesn't
think I
amuse it.
lost mine at some point.
Probably in the fire or something.
Yeah, I think mine burnt up. Can I share your tent?
I won't be needing it, so here.
Oh, thank you so much.
I give off.
It's really cold.
Sure.
Right, Kira, you don't hate me, do you?
No. If I hated you, things would be very different. That's for sure.
What if I did something bad?
We all
Or
do bad
stupid?
things. And stupid things, Hawkins.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. Askira's just gonna sit there, hidden in the darkness if possible, keeping an eye out for any intruders.
Sure. As you all sleep or meditate or keep watch, Hawkins, things get very loud for you. As you wake up on the ocean with waves crashing into the side of a ship. Waiting for you. Reminds you of a dream, a nightmare you had a long time ago. Where Stavros was the captain. Though you see no one else. Besides the captain quarters swinging open.
Here we go again. I walk in.
Sure. You walk in. And you see a chair there. Somewhat turn around. As it turns around, you see a very familiar face.
Hello again.
As you see the Dreamwalker. He kind of smiles, that big grin he has. Hello. Been a while, huh?
Remember my promise?
Of course I do. And I promise not to be late this time. Seems we both
Thank
came
you.
through. So what is this time? You look a little short-handed. At least of your own hands.
Wait, is my hand there in my dream, or is it normal or already gone?
You see the hand where it is. You see it's almost translucent.
I guess you could say that. You got any ideas what's been happening? You up to date?
Ah, as I always say, I only know what people dream about. They should be dreaming about a lot of weird things recently.
You're gonna have a lot of nightmares tonight.
Good. People usually like giving away their nightmares.
Well, there's been some bad news in Kadoy recently, so a lot of people are a bit scared. So, perfect. Ripe for the picking, I guess. For you, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
Sure.
you really fucked us with Dabu.
How so? He kind of twirls around in this chair before standing up on the table, and he does a bow. I followed through on my deal.
Well, it's only polite to at least, tell us that it was a one-off.
He never asked for it not to be. He said, I would like there to be a spell on my shell. He said, a spell.
He said a
That's only
spell that
one.
would make him happy.
Was
That
it
would be
not
nice.
enjoyable?
No.
Well, he kind of smiles at you and bends down. Well, you're not Damu, are you? Doesn't matter if you're happy or not. Oh, I'm just being so... We shouldn't be so serious with one another.
I don't think he's smiling now that I think about it.
You might be surprised. Perhaps.
Maybe. Do you know if he's dead?
For a price, I know. For a dream or two.
Never mind then.
That's what I thought. So, what has brought you to my area of expertise?
I need to drop someone off real fast. Really fast. Instantly.
Instantly.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I think. Depends how you want me to drop them. Like how that spell dropped all of you.
Alright, I will be very, very particular with my decision. With what I want. And of course, at the end of the day, it's your choice to bargain.
Sure.
But if I remember correctly, the more Morgan pauses for a minute, important to someone their dream is, the more you'll give them.
It's only proper to be that way. Now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to be so rude as to not. Well, it's no good to cheat those who dream. Otherwise, I'll starve to death.
Okay. I would like to use the teleport spell on me and my two companions, and to be able to come back. So, twice. Two
To
uses.
here. But all of you are coming back here. Or just you?
No. Well, just to, I want to drop one of them off, and then me and Kira come back.
Sure. But where to?
Here. Well, I want us to go to, the Twilight Redemption. I don't know if has anyone dreamed about that? The Twilight Redemption hideout.
You see his eyes squint, his grin never stops grinning, but it tightens a little bit. I think I know what you mean.
I mean, they got people there that dream, right? So maybe you got an idea of where that is.
Well,
I mean, I know where it is.
He kind of tilts his head. Every mouse knows where the best house is. The best houses have the most dangerous owners.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the owner's definitely dangerous. But is that something you can do?
As you said, for the right price, but... Even I get a little bit scared of people like that.
Well, luckily you don't got to go there. We do.
He kind of like grins again and leans down. I think you want to know that a man like that doesn't care if you go there or not. He holds grudges. Though maybe he will be happy to have such a gift come onto his door. As he
Honestly,
says
I
that,
think he would be pretty happy to have it.
as that you hear
employee.
as you nearly fall over as the ship is hit by a wave. You start hearing cracking. Uh-oh.
Alright.
Seems something's interrupting.
Wait,
Mr.
no way.
Yip.
Okay. I will. So if you can do this, if the price is right.
Yeah, of course. Are you the only one paying?
Yeah, it's just me.
Do you have an offer? I like when people offer. Maybe I'll give you a discount if you offer something good.
I think Hawkins is kind of. You know when like you're holding back emotion, like you got like a frog in your throat. It's kind of like, you know. I'll give you my dream to go back home and return to my family. If you can help me accomplish this.
Ooh, sorry. That's a pretty good offer. You just don't abandon your family like that.
I already did.
You make it sound like it's not that bit of a deal to abandon them again. You sure it's worth that much to you?
Whether
How
I go
about
back
this?
or not, they're gonna be fine. But right now,
They're
I
gonna
have
be
people to
fine.
take care of.
You see he kind of like
And they're with me right
stands
now.
and he does like a little dance. Be fine, huh? How about this? I like your offer. Let's spice it up a little bit. You give me your dream to go back home. And for your family, if they're ever in danger, only the first time, You're not allowed to help them.
Okay. I'm not allowed to help them.
Yes. You're allowed to do no such thing. Anything that seems like helping will be a no-no. Though it won't matter because you won't be able to do it anyway. You'll lose that part of yourself. You just sit there and watch. Scary, isn't it? What is it? He puts his hand out.
In for a penny, in for a pound, and I shake his hand.
And as you shake his hand, you find yourself awake. And when your eyes open, you find yourself inside of a stone room. And then you look around and you realize you're actually in a kitchen. As you hear someone in the kitchen going, "Yeah, marinara pie, marinara pie, marinara pie." As you see Rena beside you sleeping, and also Kira resting, originally kind of in a nature area, is suddenly like resting very awkwardly, no longer covered by trees.
I am starving.
You see, you hear, you don't see any food anywhere because it's so late, but you hear Delado. You guess messing with marinara pies in the back. Marinara pie. They said it was needed more meat. More meat, they say. Maybe I added this and that. What do you do? Kira, you
hello?
realize suddenly that you're not here. Ah! Who is it? Kira,
That's
as you
me.
realize
You know,
you're back.
it's your boy.
Wait, you say I'm not here?
You know you're here, but you wake up and you realize now that you're not. Your meditation would be broken now, and you realize you're not on the Maple Waltz Road anymore. Suddenly.
I don't. Okay. What happened?
You're the Hawkins? Are you back for the
Hello.
marinara pie? When did you get back?
Yeah, I was really. Oh, we just landed.
Would you like to? Would you like to try? Oh, your friend. He points over there. The one who said needs more meat. You too. Perfect. The people I wanted to see. Mwah. Come try the pie. I'll bring it to you, huh?
No, thank you. Is the rest of them around, or are they sleeping?
The rest
You
of
know,
who?
The big boys.
Well, why are you here? You brought the tailor, right?
Yeah, she's right here. She's in the sleeping bag. We set off camp. we were waiting for a while.
Why is she still in the sleeping? I'm very confused.
She's very
Should-
tired.
Should I go
Leave it
grab
be.
Francis? He's the one in
Yeah.
charge of you?
If you wouldn't mind.
Are you sure you do not want to try this pie?
Leave the pie.
He,
Leave
like-
the pie.
He like raises up to your. Please try the bite first. He like tries to put it in your mouth. Please, just one of me. I need to see your
Very,
reaction.
yes. Yeah, leave the pie there. You go, and
No,
we'll deal with this.
No. You need to try it. Please. I need to
Well,
know
no,
your
we're gonna-
reaction.
Okay, fine. I take a bite. What does it taste like?
When you go to bite it, it tastes like air as you're back on the road.
Oh. I was
For
hoping
you.
we would get some time.
He did not give you any time at all.
I should have. That motherfucker.
You weren't specific enough.
That wasn't specific. I thought it was specific enough, but I guess not. Oh well, Raider's there.
Yeah, teleported. You're
That's one.
teleported back.
Well, sorry about that, Kira.
What did you do?
I made a bargain.
With?
The Dreamwalker.
I knew you were gonna. Arena's there.
Yeah, Raider's there.
And I guess we start walking then, huh?
I told him I wanted to use the teleport spell. I wanted to use it.
You can see Kira's just starting to walk. Come on, Hawkins.
When I use it, I choose when to use it. I didn't say, Oh, I wanted you to take me here. I said, I want to use a teleport spell. I want to use a teleport spell. That motherfucker.
It's a long road.
I want to use a teleport spell.
Let's just get walking.
It's always a price to pay. More than what you expect. So yeah, you guys wake up and though you teleported, you realize hours have went by. Gary, you would have realized it seemed like you're only there for a few moments, but when you come back, it's not the same time that you would have presumed you would have left as the sun starts to rise.
Can't even fucking teleport right.
Wow.
Fuck, you're still on this?
Don't
It's
even
been
know how to
like-
teleport.
It's
You know what
been almost-
teleportation means?
It's been
You
almost
go
the
from one space
entire
to the other
day, and
instantly.
you're still on this.
Instant. That's how you teleport. Instant. You don't just fucking teleport. Oh, put a nibble in space for a few hours. You come back. No, instant. I'm telling you. Oh, fucking arsehole. Fuck him. What?
Anyone that's associated with Kit, probably not the best person to really interact with.
You kids are right. You know, don't speak ill of the dead. Come on.
What I saw, I don't think he's dead. Kit's too.
Fuck, I
Yeah,
I was planning on giving them a piece of my mind.
Well, why don't you talk
Probably
to
for
your...
the best.
Why don't you talk to the dreamer again, huh?
No. I don't think I will. Well, no, it's just the two of us. We only got no. At least we haven't got to take care of Rihdar anymore. There's one less thing to worry about, right?
I guess that's true. But now I'm kind of stuck with you. Kira kind of
You know you
smiles a
love me.
bit. Haha.
I'm adorable, little scamp. I'm bleeding. Like the wounds that still haven't completely healed. I'm adorable. Scales fall off.
Do you turn back into a horse or are you guys walking?
We should probably get that checked. I would definitely transform into a horse at any opportunity.
Okay. You guys take off then.
Have I gotten any feeling from Valin?
He seems to be alive. Though who knows if that means he managed to escape on his own or
Yeah.
you don't really know the details.
Right. Would we be close? How long would it be until we reach the site of what happened?
Still at least 2 days.
So at least 2 days.
As you guys
Right,
travel this
well-
day. Go ahead.
So we've had a long rest.
Yep, you guys are all long rested.
So I'm sure. What was I gonna say? So Kira, just so we know, we following these fortunes.
These what? Sorry?
You know those fortunes?
Fortunes?
Yeah,
I thought you said fortunes.
fortunes. Fortunes. You know, because honestly, it all fits together. It's real. You saw Kit.
A part of me
Right.
wants to believe that I
No,
hallucinated so hard.
It just makes sense. Could you talk me through exactly what you saw? Like I feel like the devil is in the details right now.
I look around the forest. I imagine we're still in the dancing forest.
You've now left it.
Okay.
At the end.
What would what would be the land, or what would the land look like right now? Like the
I'll show
landscape.
you. 1 second.
Oh, sick.
You know, you back on the Watts. It's very open. As you know, probably load for you eventually. But it's very open. There's trees. There's lots of bushes. It's pretty easy to see all over the place. You're kind of in the open area of the Maple Watts. A very plainy valley-like. There's berry bushes around, the red maple trees, of course. Fallen debris. You're still on this stony, very nicely made road.
You say the devils are in the details, but something tells me the dream I had has something to do with Alfonso's grand speech, proclaiming to the entire world, or to the entirety of Kadoy, an open war against the Iwa Morda. And it's all based on a lie, but I'm pretty sure the upcoming events were foreshadowed because of this dream, as much as I hate to believe it. After all, where else are we going to find a red forest?
Well, I know the red trees are. That's Maplewood, right? It's all surrounded by Maplewood.
I think maple woods are everywhere in Kadoy. I think a red forest just symbolizes the entirety of Kadoy. But if it symbolizes Maplewood, let's hope the witch Aldania is not involved.
I can't believe her being evil. Because I remember Damu mentioned that he had a witch friend, and Adania herself mentioned there was another witch in the forest, right? And I don't know whether they might be the same. Maybe even Sophus's enemy, Anthros. Maybe that's the witch. Maybe Sothis was the witch. Maybe all of these people, Anthros, Sothis, the Fragolians, are being used by the witch.
All being used by possibly Aldania.
I just can't believe that. I was thinking, I don't know. What did Kit say?
That we helped her. But she's hateful and wishes to inflict suffering on us all.
The only people we helped in the marshes was Ardania. And we were gonna help Sophis. But maybe like we unknowingly did something to help her. Like oh like when you warned Pythonicium about the alchemy, about being poisoned. That's helping.
You're not wrong. There are a lot of people I'm reconsidering trusting right now.
Shouldn't have hurt that guy. Honestly, didn't trust him from the start. That guy's a baddie. I can already tell. He's a baddie.
Well, keep
He's a bad
that
boy.
keep that in your mind because
Can't trust him.
we'll definitely
trust
be
him.
saying hello
He's
to
bad.
them all soon.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on Aldania, but I think I just can't believe her being the reason behind all this. She gave us a blessing. She was worried when we were fighting Mako. She sent us a message asking if you were okay.
Maybe she also doesn't even know.
I don't know how much she knows.
Hardens, do an insight when you saw that message. Not from Mako. Do an insight when you see that.
Okay.
Oh yeah. No, when you say that, you think about it, and you realize the way those messages looked like those little green vines that wrote a word. And you remember seeing that whenever you left, you remember Tiny Plant said goodbye with little vines. And Tiny Plant was the one who gave you those messages, or those bracelets. Perhaps they're built-in little words for if you use them. Perhaps it wasn't in the moment thing. Is there something that happens if you use that?
Oh, like messages of like encouragement.
Yes.
Of like as we use the spells.
Yes.
So it might just been like hard coded into the magic.
Mm-hmm. And it was similar to how Tiny Plant would send a message she cannot speak, and she uses little vines to make the words.
Yeah. So maybe. I don't know. Maybe that message might not have been directly for us. It might have just been a general message in the magic. You still got your wristband, right? How many uses have you got? How
I've
many
actually got
flowers?
quite a lot of usages. I actually got quite a lot of usage on this bad boy.
Well, don't use the last one, no matter what. We need that to travel through the marshes.
Yep, I know.
But because yeah, mine's gone. Tee.
I know.
Yeah.
As you guys are talking and having a nice
This
time,
is hard.
you hear galloping ahead of you as you see two men on horses, and you see right away a perception check, both of you.
I hear some guy gallop, like
You see
galloping
on
a
the
horse.
map now. They're in front of you. You see two horses galloping full speed ahead. Perception checks, please. All right, Hawkins. Hawkins, you notice them, but you just notice them coming really fast. Kira, you notice them coming really fast too, but you can see foam, like at foam is starting to form at the horse's mouth. You see sweat and tired eyes on these men as I'm gonna move you guys forward a little bit, so there's more room on the map. As they come to a halt. Food, water. Do you have any?
I'm Kira's definitely gonna start reaching into her pack to pull out some rations. Be like, well, hey, what's Are you guys all?
Can I insight them first if this is a trap?
You get insight.
I also want to
You
insight.
need insight too.
What's that? As I'm like taking out food, like, hey, like, what's the hurry? Are you guys okay?
Both of you realize, looking at them, it's kind of hard to how fast they were going. But these are both members of the Squall Knights. Definitely lesser members, but they are members of the Squall Knights.
I definitely would hand them each
And
a
the
ration.
horses have like little flags on them. Takes it. Water for the horses. Necessary. As they're trying
Of
to catch
course,
their
of
breath.
course.
No time to waste.
And, I will. I guess I will.
You give them one, I'll give the other
Yeah,
one.
I'll yeah.
Bit of the war skin.
Yeah, I'll give them some water from my water skin for horses. Are you boys all right?
Yes, we have extremely important business. From Maplewood to Port Crevice. From our boss, Arlen
dear.
What the
Aerith,
fuck happened?
the White Mage. We must
No,
report
I'm so
directly
Sorry. I'm so sorry to what?
from the White Mage, Erlen Aerith. He'd met him before. He met him on the road. These are members of the Knights
Yeah.
he'd met. Right?
What's wrong?
We must
What
report this, sir, Pastor. It is of most importance. He's holding his side now.
happened? Take a breather. You can't give a message if you end up dying on the trip.
We have no time. We'll have to ride these horses dead if we must.
Well, I say if anything, good luck on your journey. Is Maplewood okay?
It's... We've been informed about the whereabouts of Kronos the Shamed. We are to report so we can capture him.
Where is he?
Mount Madrot. And as you say that, as they say this, both of you suddenly feel this deep rusting start to etch from your neck. It's already been forming lightly, but you see it quickly harden even more as you start feeling it go down into your shoulders and stiffen. A reminder.
I look at Hawkins.
We need to get there right
Hold on,
away
Spank.
so we can Attack before they realize, and bring them in.
Hawkins gives a yes, do we nod?
Kira nods back. Well, you have to, huh?
Yeah.
How well armed do they look?
They look decently well armed, but the horses, you can imagine that they've rode nonstop full speed since Maplewood. And they're riding these horses to death, and after they're tired, they haven't
They're
slept.
pretty exhausted.
They haven't been able to stop for food and water. Maybe been stopping people on the roads like you have, but they're unsuspecting, very exhausted. As they kind of say, "Thank you, but we must go." They are. You both can tell they're easy marks.
You get that one? And I
Yeah.
get this one?
I guess we're gonna inflict wounds second level.
As
And
as
I'm
you
going
do,
to...
they
Gosh, I don't want a burning hand, so...
they turn and they say, "Thank you guys very much." As please go and make whatever strikes you want. As like the words that are coming out of the mouth.
I'm going to make Scorching Ray. I'm going to attack with Scorching Ray.
Sure, both of you rolled a hit.
Hawkins puts his hand on the hilt around his neck for a second. Here we are. Level 2.
Alright,
Did you say roll for advantage? Or just,
you both
roll
get
for all
advantage.
attacks?
Both get advantage. They're caught off guard. They're surprised.
Yeah, first attack of a surprise round, you get advantage, I think.
Alright, that's Kira's. Go and roll yours, Hawkins. Okay, both of them hit. Please roll your
I
disadvantage.
roll 3 attacks, so I don't know if all 3 get advantage.
Yes.
For Scorching Ray.
I'll give you advantage. I don't know. That might be a roll we'd have to look up later. Right now, I don't care.
Sick. Alright, then.
Alright.
Ooh, I hope that helps.
But again, you guys can do your damage. All of those attacks hit. Alright, that was one. Okay, Jesus, that's a
Holy
really
shit,
good roll.
that's a good roll.
That's such a good roll. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let me describe how this happens. As they go to say thank you, Hawkins, how do you do this? You do not have your blade. What is your weapon? How do you just hit him with your hand, or?
Puts his he like puts his arm by his back, and he like basically right at the top of his dome hits him with Stavros's warhammer, which is what he left him when he left the party. And it was like, whoa, you gotta do what you gotta do.
As you say that, and you do it, you see it doesn't even ring. It hits his head, and all the way down to the horse, you see this giant gouge as the man falls in half on both sides. The other one who looks over for a brief moment, before your scorching rays, Kira, if you wish to describe at all.
As soon as I see Hawkins, attempt anything, that's when you can see just Kira just point her whole hand just palm open, and you just see these 3 bolts of flames just emit from each fingertip.
And as you see
Directly
it,
in the person in front of me.
the man who's looking over gets hit by the first one. Instantly, you see his eyes roll in the back of his head as he falls off the horse. The next one hitting him as well, as he goes farther back. And the next one hit him too, farther back. Very clearly, he was dead on the first one. As he hits the ground, with a giant scar and hole through his chest.
Could I possibly grab the horse if it's still there?
Both of you can do, if you can for sure do do a
Animal
sleight of hands
handling?
check.
Okay, it's not hands. Gotcha.
Yeah, since you're trying to grab the reins first. You don't quite do it. You do animal handling to see how started the horse is, though. But you don't quite grab the reins.
What's the word for it? Sleight of hands, you say?
You're trying to grab the reins. The horse on your side is very... Get in the head. You missed the sleight of hands. You can do one for your horse as well, Hawkins, to see how afraid he is. Your horse
So what is it, animal handling?
Yep. the horse over here starts kind of running. After that, kind of starts running over to this tree, but doesn't go too far before kind of stopping.
Oh
This
my
horse you try and
gosh.
grab for, but you miss, and almost like when someone accidentally smooth, you accidentally miss, and you accidentally like kind of like rub its mane and calm it down at the same action. And your horse doesn't move, Hawkins, as it hardly even realizes what's happened. But your steer has kind of run off to the side, but not too far.
You're with me. We're gonna need your saddle. My friend Kira needs it.
Actually,
you wanna go get that
instinctively, I'm
horse?
just like holding a rock, but I like drop it like, well, not right now, and I'm gonna go
We
after
can
that
share
horse.
this one if you want.
Sure.
Oh,
You can-
would I be able to go after that horse?
yeah, you can easily catch it. It slows down after a little while.
Okay.
Okay. All right, you both. Congratulations, you have 2 horses. They both have they have cloth on them that has the flag of the Squall Knights. I assume you'd be aware of that. I'd assume you'd probably want to get rid of that.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely
I
want
would
that.
also look at Hawkins and be like, what do we do with the bodies?
I got it. I'm gonna put the one that isn't as mangled in my body bag.
Mhm.
In my blood bag. So this one. And this one, I'm like, whoa. If you're hungry, you're hungry. I'll dislocate my jaw and like slowly eat him. Like
Are
a,
you-
like
are
a
you
weird
in it?
snake and
You-
feed
you-
the hand.
You realize you feel the hand.
I don't know if this is how you eat. Am I doing it wrong?
The hand, like grabs as you're trying to put it in your throat, and you can tell the hand doesn't want you to eat it. You can do an insight for me. I should do an Arcana.
Oof.
You don't quite know, but you figured the hand you eating it is not the hand eating it. Not really, not yet. Maybe if you get more in tune with it. Probably normally
Alright.
you'd have the hand would probably consume it itself almost.
All right. Well, you go ahead. Eat him.
As you touch
Actually,
it.
can I also remove their clothing
Sure.
and just get like what are they wearing?
They're wearing very basic, like the bluish color scheme of a Squall Knight. They have the badge, the emblem. That's basically it. Very light armor. But they have some light chainmail. They have a shield. These ones have a spear.
I won't bother with that, but I think I'd like use. Do they have like some kind of like scarf or something we can use to hide
Yeah,
our
they have like
colours?
bluish scarf. It doesn't have any emblems on it, so you'd be okay.
So it's like it's just a regular blue. It's not like it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a Squall Knights. It's just a
It
scarf
wouldn't.
that-
They might look at you kind of like, just as a color, but it's not. It doesn't have emblems. There's no like real proof that it's a Squall Knight.
Okay. All right, Kira, let's get some scarves.
It's a what, sorry?
You know, some scarves for the, the big old thorny collars around our necks.
Yeah, I could see them.
Yeah.
As you
Honestly, good thing they were exhausted, or else they probably would have asked questions about that.
as you take those off and put them on, you realize the hand is not eating the body.
Oh, you're not hungry?
You can do one more. Do another insight check.
I mean, you almost took a bite of Raina. I thought maybe you were being a little
Damn, nice.
little shit. Jesus.
You realize when Dami was explaining what this thing is and how it's cursed. These things, you can tell this thing has some level of sentience. This thing wants to eat sentient creatures that are alive.
Oh, alive. Okay, I see.
It
I see.
wishes. That's why for Reyna, it wishes to devour someone alive in front of you. It eats
So these people died instantly, right?
Yes.
Okay, it makes sense. I guess I'll put the other one in the
It doesn't
body bag
necessarily
for
be
now
an
anyway.
innocent person, but you
Just
can
to
tell
remove.
it's kind of how it is.
So what's wrong with the hand?
It has to be alive.
Oh, he's not hungry.
Oh. Well, what do we do with this other body then? Are you gonna?
I'll just put them in the body bag for now. I can
Okay,
hold them. I
nice.
can hold quite a few.
Sure, easy enough.
I can never not get over how you do that.
Well, you have extra dimensional spaces and all that. Magic. It's wild.
It is. We got free horses at least, so
You know, I'm not gonna say anything. Let's go. I'm not jinxing it.
as we're going though, I would definitely tell Hawkins we probably should get rid of these horses before we head to any towns, if just in case someone recognizes them.
Do we want to go inside Maplewood?
Not with these horses on, and I don't think we should risk going into Maplewood.
I think it's probably better off going around.
You know, the probably is with these horses. We can make that detour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're just heading towards. I guess the current destination. We're just heading towards Mount Matrod.
Yeah.
Right. Another day passes.
I think we'll probably take it light on this day, just to let the horses rest, and like do more of a trot than a gallop.
Sure. Turns to
So
nighttime again.
like walk speed, I guess.
Do you guys rest during the night?
Yeah. Shall we? I'm tired. Honestly, it kind of hurts my bum, not being on a horse like that for so long.
Yeah, it probably is a good idea to actually get some rest. Otherwise, we become like those unfortunate souls.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Guess we're resting. Hops off horse. Do my
Alright.
wanderer bit.
You guys rest, you get food. Unless there's anything you wish to do, nothing interesting happens in this night. Once again, people seem to be off the road, more or less.
How many days are we to Maplewood?
Now that you have a horse, you still don't know exactly where you are, but the horse is going to cut it down. You're probably about halfway now, a little bit closer. Probably a little bit farther away than halfway. You suspect maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days.
And how many days
well,
have we been traveling?
This will make 2, so you're probably closer to about a day, day and a half. Especially since you had to trot this day for the horses not to fall over and die on you.
So, we made the deal 3 days ago, so we have 4 days left.
Today, once you wake up, it's going to be the 22nd, and yep, 4 days from now will be your deadline. So you have 4 days. So it's the 22nd today. On the 26th, it's too late. Well, it's your last day, or it's too late.
So here's what I fucking hate about that fucking Dreamwalker. The whole reason I wanted to go there, deal with Raina, get these fucking shackles off, go back, save Maplewood, right? You know, do something good. Do a nice thing for once, right? Be a hero. But no. Fucking don't even know how to teleport. Takes hours to do it. Hawkins is like alone in his tent. They just wanted off, so.
I can like just hear him just like brooding in there by himself.
Never make a deal with him again.
I like how Hawkins, you might even think to yourself how you're like, I'll be very specific by details. Which you were, I guess. But alright. The night goes through. Nothing interesting happens. You wake up in the morning. It's now the 22nd of Pilamos. 4 days. Well, on the 4th day from now, you need to be there.
Oh, have we passed the site yet?
Nope.
Or is that whether we would hit it today, likely?
You'll probably hit it either today or in the morning of tomorrow.
Alright, another day of travel. Do we want to, like, if anyone that might be a soldier or something like that, and we can take them, should we just go straight in and all guns blazing? Or, you know, talk them down, make them think we're not an issue, and then kill them? Or do we want to just try and get on with it? Or hide, even?
That's a good question. I prefer the stealthy route, if at all possible. I think the less people that have to die is probably for the better for all of us.
That's true.
But if the situation calls for it, and if I see you pulling out the big guns, I'll follow your lead. And I hope you do the same.
Yeah. I trust you.
Yeah, and I trust you too. Which I don't know if that's the smartest thing, but I'm still alive because of it, so Can't be that bad.
Barely. Haha, let's go.
As you guys travel,
Get out
you,
of here.
you travel most of the day just fine, but almost as if foreboding what might happen. Once again, you run into more guards. This time there's 4 on horses. And they look... They're not exhausted like the ones before. You can tell that they're going really fast. But very quickly, you can tell that they're not similar to the ones previously. They are definitely squall knights. But they're not full speed. But it looks like they're looking for something. As they're running down this road, they're looking left and right at their horses. As if they're trying to hunt for something. And they're approaching very quickly. And you can tell they're looking, and this is a very straight road. I mean, they have seen you, for sure. But it doesn't look like they're looking for something and see you, and like it doesn't look like you're what they're looking for.
So they see us and they keep looking.
Yeah, well, they're not going past you. You can tell that they made eye contact and they're in front of you, and you can tell that they're going to stop. It's easy for you to assume that they're probably going to ask you if you've seen what they're looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty an easy assumption for you, as they kind of move up on their horses. The one you see, the 2 in the front, dressed a little differently than the ones you see. Similar ones in the back you saw earlier. But you see the one on the right, by you, Kira, is the one who kind of speeds up. Hello, sorry to bother you on your journeys. You kind of
No,
you
no,
see
no
you see a
troubles at
glare
all.
on his face.
How can I help you find
What's the
gentlemen
problem?
today?
Yeah, no problem. It's a very common glare you get from humans a lot of times. You understand the
I
problem.
think it's like,
Yeah.
what's the issue? How can we help?
We're looking for... He kind of looks around. He does a little more glare around. He kind of like hells you in. Sorry, you're still citizens of the nation. I shouldn't treat you so unjustly in moments like this. There's a non-civilized race in the area. It's escaped from us, and we're currently hunting it down. The creature, if you've seen it, you'd probably understand. It looks very cute and harmless at first. But trust me, this non-civilized creature has killed many people. And is very dangerous.
I don't know. I've heard of gnolls. That's about it. That's all I've heard on this road.
Well-
They're not cute though.
They're not very cute. Also, if you happen to see any creatures that you don't recognize, because this is non-civil, we're hunting it. This is nothing we never recognized. If you see something you never recognized, you should report it ASAP. The creature is wounded, and there's no telling what a wounded creature is going to do. We
dear.
nearly managed to catch it, but as we were attacking it, it managed to slip away and kill some of our men.
Does it resemble anything?
That's horrifying.
You say that. Let's see. Does it resemble anything? Yes, it's very... And as you hear that, you hear rustling in the trees behind you. Do a perception check, you and Kira.
Oh god, it's gonna be... It's a vegetan, isn't it?
I gotta use the restroom too while you're doing this. I'll be right back. For like a minute. If you need to do a restroom and get water, go ahead.
I'm about to burning hands them all.
We can't kill a vegetan. They're too cute. They're too nice and
We're
cute and
already following
adorable.
Aldania's plans. We're just gonna... We might also just become... We might also just... You know what? If Aldania wishes for the world to be destroyed, then so be it. You know, whatever.
I'm worth 300 gold coins now.
I'm sure I'm worth more than you.
You're definitely worth more than me. Mantis was worth 5,000. Pim was worth like 3,000. You're probably worth hundreds, maybe 50,000, tens of thousands of Ridarian gold.
If I ever want to stop playing my character, I'll definitely turn myself in and give you guys the money.
Hawkins, hand me in and buy a
Hand me in.
castle.
And give me my and give the gold to this undisclosed name.
To my sister of the same name.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you guys, something you may not aware about, you guys can buy castles and shit if you ever wish. But you obviously need money. Or you can build them.
We're gonna hand Kira in for the bounty.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I don't know how much it is, but it's probably like tens of thousands of Ridarian gold.
10,000 is the gold price for Kronos, so you know it wouldn't be that much. But
Oh, okay.
you have to. Well, let me put it into perspective. So 10,000 Ridarian gold is the price on Kronos, but in D&D terms, that's a million gold. So that's, you know, it's a shit ton of gold. Let me open up this. All right. So you hear this rustling. Hawkins, you hear it, and you can turn around. You don't know where it is right away, so you have to look around. But Kira, you see it very quickly. This is what you both see. You see standing on the... let me change the music, actually.
Oh, can I use my hawk to see?
Yes. But either way, it'd still be something. It was... these things busted out of the forest suddenly.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me grab... Let's do this. No, let's not do this. Not that. All right. You see, standing on the edge of the Maple Waltz Road, there's a small humanoid, somewhere around 3 feet tall. There's branches, leaves, and mud caked to its body and its iron armor. The armor is looking worn, but well made, covering most of its small body. In its hand is a spear with a red cloth tied at the end. Its face and head are wrinkly, hosting what at one point must have been a beautiful gray mustache, but now it is frayed, and half of it seems to have been cut or torn off. Its flesh.
God, Rapper!
Its flesh is a deep red, the color of someone who has held their breath for far too long. However, blotches of white permeate on it, similar to that of an albino animal. Atop its head is no hair, instead 3 strange, large green leaf sprout, but only one remains. In its hand is a cracked beige pot, used for keeping flowers. You see a small, innocent face peeks over it, fear flooding from this green, girlish-eyed creature. Champions of Aldania! I found you! Please! As he falls to his knees in a coughing fit, the guards yell, "There it is! Get it! The creature's appeared! Get him before he escapes!" And with this, the guards are about to charge past, towards Rappa and Tiny Plant you see above you. as
I
Rappa
am
falls to
burning
his
handsing.
knees.
I'm
Sure.
also
Let
straight
us-
for this guy.
I'll let you guys do a surprise round because they won't think you're on their side, but we also need to roll initiative. So please add yourself to
Okay.
combat and roll initiative. Let me get our initiative up. Yeah, you should be able to add yourself using the little sword icon. Jesus. Alright. Do you wish to keep that initiative, Hawkins? There's only 2 of you. Didn't really change much. It's up to you, though.
Yeah, I think we may as well just keep as is. It's just it was
Alright.
either me or Kira swaps, right?
Yes. For this Burning Hands, I'll say it only gets the 2 in the back. And the
Fudge.
horses.
I tried to
Unless-
like angle it to get all
Oh, you-
4 of them, but if anything, I would definitely angle it to get the 3 in front of me.
Okay, the 3 in front of you. Yeah, I'll allow that if you changed it. But yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not enough. Those small edges are not enough to count them. But I'll allow
Okay.
you to
You
change
could probably
it,
pitch
change
the
it
angle.
personally.
Yeah, it's hard to control.
Yeah, you definitely could not get all 4, but you could get 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get
Um,
all 3 then.
Sure, let me make saves for them. As they don't see this coming at all. What? As the first one tries to make a save. That's a 7. Fails, I believe.
Oh, I forgot to take up the other long rest from last night.
Yes, please add a new long rest student. The first 2, please roll damage. He here. I need to roll for him. Dexterity.
Where's Burning Hands? There you go. Yeah, the saving throw is a DC 15.
All 3 of them, sorry, 1 of them has passed, but 2 of them have failed.
15 points of damage.
You see, the one pass was the one straight in front of you, as he is to take half of this damage. As he kind of throws up a shield last moment. Obviously very surprised in this. Apply... Alright. The other 2 who fell, they look up as their horses start to charge. The first thing that happens, you see their eyes go wide as they... They burn as they fall off their horses being trampled. The horses who are now ablaze as well beneath them. These 2 are dead.
Alright,
Hawkins,
me?
what were you doing? Yes.
Okay, I wanna fucking him. jolt of pain, and second level inflict wounds this guy below me.
Sure, go ahead. Attempt to hit him.
And it's an advantage because it's surprised.
Yes, this will be an advantage.
$19.
That does in fact hit.
Yes.
And please roll your damage, and then we'll do your jolt of. Oh, that's what you're doing right now. Perfect.
Yeah, that's just this. It means it's free.
He says, as you see, suddenly blood starts pouring out of his mouth. As he looks instantly a lot worse than he did right away. All right.
Can I
Up
also
initiative.
bonus action attack since it's
Sure.
like a whole turn, right?
Sure.
So bonus action, take a bite out of him.
All right. Go for it.
Hungry Jaws. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
God
goodness.
bless, dude. Fuck him up, dude. All right, this is a crit. Roll for damage.
All right,
roll
normal
normal
damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So 9
Plus
plus 6.
You're 15.
Mm.
So you're doing with 15. You see, how do you bite into him? He's not dead, but you've done a serious blow to him.
I think he like takes a bite out of his jaw, and like he bites and he like chips off some of the jawbone with it. Sorry, Max. He's with us. Nice swallow.
As so you did
And I
half of the
gain
damage?
3. No, I only
it's only
gained my my con.
Oh damn, that's a shame. I
modifier.
thought you were about to gain a lot more because it was based on damage. It's really cool though. As this man on your side looks like he's on the ropes. However, well, it's your turn now actually. So there's a bonus action. Top of the
I
round.
could have used. Oh damn! I keep forgetting about Carnal Strike. I would have added Carnal Strike to that, but never mind.
No, it's your turn anyway.
I should have remembered. Yeah.
You might be able to finish him off here now.
Okay.
As
Jesus Christ.
you would recognize that even though you've been hitting him twice, he is in very heavy armor, and not to say it's luck that this is happening, but you catching him off guard has made these attacks land easier for sure.
Hmm. And I will. I guess I'll just do another inflict wounds at second level.
Go for it.
Can I add Carnal Strike to this?
Sure you can.
Okay, I'm gonna add my max, which is my proficiency bonus times 5, I think, which I think 15. So this could, if it hits, it does an extra 15 damage. And
Oh Jesus.
well, no, sorry, I cast.
Yeah.
spell.
If this hits. I should also, if you wish to use your heart in this, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, I'll leave it how it is and I'll put them on the map.
Isn't it all weird?
It's weird. As you hear more coughing from behind you.
Oh, there we go.
As you hear Rappa starting to breathe very heavily. Go ahead. Hit your
I'd like
attack.
to send my crow to like help, like maybe if Rappa's like on the ground.
Sure, your
for some
crow,
reason it's not-
your heart is over there.
There it is. Just to like help him up
Sheesh.
if he's like if he needs support with anything.
Jesus, that hits. You've been rolling very high on this.
Yeah.
How do you wish to do this, Hawkins? You're also using
my
Chrono
God.
Strike, right? How much Chrono Strike?
Carnal
That's
Strike's a
so
plus
much damage.
15.
So how much is this? Jesus.
Plus, yeah,
it's-
because I only have 20
46.
Carnal Strike points, but I can use a lot of them, and they don't get used unless I actually. It's like Divine Smite almost, so that I don't use it unless I actually hit.
Please roll a 1d20.
Okay.
Alright, understood. Thank you.
What does that
How do you suggest? Well, I was checking for your unique ability you chose.
Oh
Uh,
right, of
which
course. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
However, it's the lower numbers that count on that. Not the higher
Yeah.
ones.
I think, like, I use my I guess because right, I'm holding
He's
my
dead twice over, by the
Severus's
way.
war axe.
Yeah.
I'm holding the war axe with like my weird hand now.
Yes.
This in my right hand. So I think like kind of the veins kind of fuse a little bit with the axe, and that's what infuses the inflict wounds energy into it, and it's like right into the top of the helmet, ring his bell, and it gets through the helmet. The head moves down, but the body stays still because of inertia, and it just the head is inside the torso. That's like whack-a-mole. And
Jesus. Very brutal of
and
you,
I
huh?
don't think I have any bonus actions I can use to help Kira. So I'll end my turn.
All right. With your
I guess
turn.
I'll dismount and I'll go to this guy in case Kira needs me. I'll dismount with half my movement and get there.
All right. As you dismount and do that, this man over here falls over. Well, whatever's left of him. As you get there, it is this guy's turn, though, as he looks over and sees his men fall. Why are you doing this? He just kind of calls out. Any response?
He's our cute little friend. You
It's
got
not-
out our cute little friend.
It's not.
You're with him. Oh, hell. Hell. As he is going to... Let's see what he does. All right. Your friend is an enemy to this nation, and it turns out you are too, as you see he pulls out this great sword. And you'll die. This man seems to be a little bit closer to a proper knight of the Squall Knights, as he's going to swing towards you, Hawkins. May you regret this decision. As he swings down. Whew, he seems not to be faltering. 9 damage.
Okay.
And again!
I gain 15 temp HP.
Oh, is that from Carnal's? Or was it 15 temp HP?
Yeah, for Carnal Strike.
The Carnal Strike, if it kills, you get 15, or what's...
No, just any damage. I take the
damage.
amount of damage I
Ooh.
deal with Carnal Strike as temp HP.
Alright.
So it
nice.
like took over the 3 I gained through the bite and just 15 instead because they don't stack.
Alright, you'll be taking 24 damage here.
Okay.
Alright. Perfect. As he looks over. 2 against 1, huh? I'll be taking you in for the courts. As he kind of gets into a stance as if he's ready to block any of your attacks. That is his turn. As it goes now to Kira.
What is he wearing?
It looks like he's wearing plate armor. He has, instead of that red robe you see, it's like a blue robe. He has the mark of the Squall Knights, and he has a great sword in his hand.
Fantastic.
He's a
I'm gonna
proper
cast heat metal.
There it is.
Oh
Go ahead.
shit, that's great.
There it is. Go ahead, cast it.
I'm gonna cast it on. I'm gonna cast it on his armor. So
There it is. All right. He'll make this saving. What are you do? As he fells. So please do your damage. Let's see. Okay, spell until spell ends. You can use a bonus action.
man, only 5.
Ah! You and your petty tricks.
I'm going to use my bonus action for healing word, and I'm going
Alright.
to healing word Rappa.
Yeah, smart.
All right, go ahead and do it. Nice. You can see he kind of like stands up a little bit, and it rejuvenates his temporary strength. But you can tell healing is not like that. Is not what he needs right now. But it's definitely helped keep him a little more safe right now.
5. I'm gonna move over here,
All right,
and I've been in my turn.
Hawkins, you're up.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes. What do you do?
Okay, I'm going to Herm. I think I will go yeah, I'm gonna put my hand out and basically like mime that I'm grabbing his heart. Him heart squeeze and squeeze really hard and try and make.
Okay.
And he has to do a DC 15 con save.
Alright, go ahead and click on it.
Oh, sure.
And let's see if you can make this con save. Oop. He's not going to make it.
Perfect.
Please roll your turn. And we won't do a turn. Actually, yeah,
Is
roll
it-
your turns.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I'll
matter,
do
whatever.
4. It's only one
It's not
turn.
bad. So let's turn it.
But I mean, the movement isn't that important anyway.
Please do the damage.
But 4d6. That's good.
Alright.
That's a good roll. So yes, 13 damage, and I will also do spell.
What's wrong with you?
No,
What's wrong with your
it's-
foul magic?
Oh, magic's really useful. You should try it sometime. Why are you looking for him anyway? I hit him really hard.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Even the another inflict wound second level.
Shit. Okay, go for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's really annoying. Oh my
Oh
god.
my! You
Why am
see,
I rolling
as
so well this
as you
session?
do
is
this, you
insane.
watch as he tries to parry it, but as he throws up his sword, you read him very easily. As you realize he's left himself open, misunderstanding what you're doing, then you weren't actually going to use any sort of magic. As how do you wish to do this? Well, first let's roll your damage.
think-
because this is about to be a shit ton
yeah.
of damage. I think you probably killed both the stronger guys over full times. 24
So 20
plus
Plus 40.
64.
That is disgusting.
Gee.
You didn't kill this guy. You didn't kill this guy full times over, but he is definitely
Okay.
dead. And also,
I'm.
yeah, okay. Go ahead. Describe how you do it.
I think. I was gonna do what I did to the other guy, so I was gonna like try and hit him right at the top of the head and hit his head down Whack-A-Mole style. But he raised his sword up to try and parry it. So instead, Hawkins like he kind of just like swings his body a bit to the left, and it kind of like swings underneath. And instead of getting him at the top of the head, it hits him at the uppercuts him in the jaw. So his head gets pushed up, neck bones like unattach, and his head is like kind of just rolled backwards. He's like looking behind him, and his head is facing like the top of his head is facing the floor behind him.
Jesus. As he falls to his knees one time, and you hear he tries to say something, not realizing he's dead, but it's too late. As his knees collapse, and his head hits the ground where his eyes look up towards the sky. Congratulations, you're out of combat.
Jesus Christ.
I run over to Rappa.
Yes. You guys can easily run over. You run over, you see Rappa on his knees. You can tell. Do a perception check real fast as you run on.
Are you okay, Rappa?
You can tell when you asked if he's okay. You remember that you and Newt figured out his secret that he was been molding in for a long time. Since he's been on the run, it seems. He hasn't been able to take care of it. All those white patches is a very bad case of the moldening that's been taking over.
Rappa, is Eldelny alright?
Rappa turns on his back almost, holding a tiny plant, as he looks up. Hello. He blinks once as you see his eyes kind of in the sun, kind of glare as you almost see tears. And when you look in his eyes don't really recognize you. Not really, at least. We were attacked. I don't know how we were found. Arrows of fire rained upon us, burning everything. I tried to save her. I tried to die for her. My daughter. Why must you die for me?
Aldania's dead.
I look at Hawkins.
Dania told us to leave. For me. To keep them safe. She fought them all on her own, gave us an escape out the back. I I wanted to fight what I couldn't choose. Rob kind of reaches up Hawkins, with tears starting to come from his eyes, and touches kind of your face, or tries to touch your face. You changed them. They were following me. Vegeta, the children, they
Did they
So-
get out?
so brave, with tears in their eyes. Oh, they were just children. They charged back to make sure no one would follow. They all.
Kiro, do you think your plant growth potion will work?
It's worth a shot. Rappa, please, just Rappa, please. Drink this, Rappa. As I'm gonna give him.
He, as you try, once again, the way he's talking, he doesn't really
What
respond
I know?
to any of you. He doesn't. He's like an old man with, if you've ever seen an old man with dementia, or an old person who is on their deathbed, how they just kind of talk as if they're talking to people who aren't there, so they don't hear what you're saying. You could try and feed this to him. Please do a Arcana check.
Before that, could I just insight to see if like,
Sure.
is he gonna live longer? Like, is he at death's door right now?
Do a nature check, actually, or Arcana, your choice, as a wood elf.
I'm not good at either.
Your insight is pretty obvious what you're thinking.
Ah!
You realize you don't know if he'll
Can
die.
I give
or
her the
not.
help action?
Explain how you did the help action, and if it seems
I
reasonable.
mean, I'm proficient with nature as well, so I think we're both kind of just like reading through his leaves and like tasting his soil, his roots.
Sure. Go ahead. Take the help action, Jira. You can roll one more time.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Why are there so many 20? We could have had this fucking rolling last session. Maybe we would have survived.
Well, you realize the potion's not going to help Rappa. Aldania's, what she was talking about, she's been spending so long trying to find a cure for the moldening. That potion that she gave you, that she probably made, if that cured moldening, she wouldn't have been so worried about finding a cure. It's probably not going to help. Rappa, you're several days away from Maplewood, even more days away from where Aldania's Grove is. He's been running for a long time, being chased down. Maybe from the humans the entire time, maybe just when he got to the human territory and they spotted him trying to protect Tiny Plant. He gave his life to protect her, to keep her safe. The moldening is growing, it's spreading. He may not die right now, he might have a few days, but you can tell his consciousness is going to fade away very soon. And he might go into a coma, and either till he's saved or until he dies.
I just
But-
look at Hawkins.
Does he have a chance?
The chance you guys would realize is, Hawkins, do an insight. I do it with advantage, since I was from Kiro and have a little bit of information. But Hawkins, I want you to in
Okay,
particular
let
do
me do
that
it
insight.
again.
As you still see steers.
Did you see the roll? Did
No, I've
it
not
go
seen
through? I
it.
think I disconnected.
You might disconnected.
Oh, I
As-
think I'm back.
You see these tears rolling down the eyes.
There we are.
Rappa still. You realize there was something you gave Aldania before you guys left.
The mushroom, the blood mushroom, right?
Yes, and there's only one person. There's only 2 people who have those. Well, only 3 places you can find those. So there's his lair, Aldania, and well, you know very well who the other person is who has one. At least I
But
think
for
you
people
do.
who don't know,
Oh, for people who don't
wait,
know,
for the people who don't know, who else had have?
there's been someone carrying one around this entire time called yourself.
Oh my god, I do have one. Wait, would this work? Does this even help?
Well, you'd realize you'd realize that it probably it doesn't work by itself, but it's an ingredient that she
An
thought
ingredient.
might be that she was looking for that she thinks might be able to. There's a chance yet, but neither of you are alchemist. You have to find someone who could turn this into something. And well, there's only so many people.
Do I still have? I think the blood mushroom burned to death.
No, it's you asked me and I allowed it to survive. That's why it's on your inventory. Because
Oh,
of its
okay. I
properties.
was reading. Okay. Is it in my inventory? I can't see it.
I'm so sorry, but I really have to use the restroom, so I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
quickly be right back.
Yeah, we'll take a small break while we're figuring out this blood mushroom. It should be in here. Yeah, it's in your consumables. It's about halfway down. It says blood mushrooms. It's like a greenish picture with a red mushroom on it. It's under your rope.
Yeah, I don't see it for some reason. There, between the rope and the caltrops?
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing there. That's weird.
Let me click it. Maybe for some reason you can't.
We DC'd.
Mm-mm.
Is it hidden?
I don't think it is. I don't know why it would be hidden. Is that a thing I can even do? Here, let me do something. Oh, Jesus, before I DC. Here, what I'm going to do is I will delete it from your inventory. And I will add a new one. See what works.
That's a weird bug.
Maybe it's because I deleted... Actually, it might be because I deleted the item and made a new one. Can you see it now? It's above your oil flask between your grenade.
No.
Ooh, maybe actually I know why. Let me do... Let's import this. Maybe we don't have it shown to everyone. Go back. Your ownership. It's in your inventory again? Can you see it now? Fragmentation grenade oil flask.
No. Maybe, like,
Weird.
should I restart, maybe?
If anything, you can click on the items tab in the top right.
I mean,
and see
I
it.
don't need to see it. We know
Yeah.
it's there anyway.
It's on the item tab's top right. You should be able to see as well. So if you want to read it, but I mean, it
Oh,
just
yeah, I
kind
see
of
it.
tells you what happens. You have one
That's
on you.
true.
For whatever reason, you can't see it. Maybe that's why you didn't know you had one. I guess.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's
that's
been there
strange. I
for a
wonder
while.
how long that's been.
It's
Because
been there
it was
forever.
in my inventory at some point.
It was,
I remember
it was
it was there a few points. So I remember seeing it. Not weird.
very strange.
Oh well.
We'll figure out what's wrong with it at some point. But you have one. But obviously, neither of you are people who would probably know how to use that, quite frankly, or have the tools to. However, as you remember this, still, he taunts on more. Please. Please. Protect her. As he kind of pats the head of Tiny Plant. She's our hope. Our chance to not be hated. Our chance to escape the moldening. To escape the loneliness. To escape the fear we are born into. Please, protect my granddaughter. As he kind of, his head goes back as he kind of holds the hand of Tiny Plant. His head hits the back of the ground as he looks up. Into Stella. Forgive me, Aldenia. Forgive me, children. In the end, I couldn't protect anyone. I'm so sorry, Tiny. You need to be strong without your grip. And as he's talking, you watch this white molding grow over his mouth and up into his eyes as he goes into a state of agitation, no longer conscious. You can tell he's still somewhat alive, but he's in a coma, destined to die a quiet, unaware death. And he's your Tiny Plant.
Kira just kind of closes her eyes.
Kira, we're not giving up on him.
We're not.
We're gonna find an alchemist.
We'll find one in Mount Matrod.
Help!
Yeah.
Help!
Don't worry, Tiny Plant. We'll save him. Hawkins is gonna take out the baby carrier from his bag. Put our boy Rapper in it.
Alright.
I'll keep him right here next to my heart.
Alright. She doesn't seem to wish to break away from Rappa, who wishes to hold Tiny Plant. If you hold him, perhaps Kira would hold Tiny?
Kira, you were close with Tiny Plant. Wait, you learned to speak? You can talk?
You can tell her words. She's improving. You can tell she's growing, but she cannot properly speak. Her words she's trying to say come out very rough to understand. You can kind of understand them, of course, but...
Well done, making progress.
As you see little green, like... they almost look like... They're not tears, they almost look like seeds running down her face.
He's not dead, Tiny Plant. We're gonna save him.
Whoa,
We're gonna save everybody.
He's
So
just
hold
resting.
your tears. Hold your tears, Tiny Plant.
Please, do persuasion, Kira. With advantage, for Hawkins is also trying to help.
You're gonna need to hold those tears.
He's gonna want to see you smiling when he wakes up, you know.
You can see your consoling helps a little bit, but... No. I'm sure many of you know what it's like to lose your family right away. Suddenly.
Stay strong. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to these dead bodies and, like, loot these freshly dead corpses.
Sure, what do you want from them?
Do they have coins? We're broke. We're dead broke. We need money.
Yeah, you find very few coins. You find 2 silver doctrines, and you find about 15 copper doctrines, which is a decent amount of money. The 2 silver doctrines, one each came from the higher ranking knights, and then the 15 copper was in between the other 2.
Okay.
There are 4 horses along your 2. I don't know if you guys wish to leave this here or do anything with it, but and they're 4 bodies, of course. The horses have scattered for sure, though, especially with burning hands. They're kind of... Some of them ran off to the forest.
Would there be anything that's like lootable on these bodies?
When you say lootable, they're pretty prosaic in what they've carried.
Like
they were on
any potions, maybe scrolls.
they won't have anything like that.
food?
You can tell this was just like a scouting party sent out to these people. They might have a few rations. I'd say they have like maybe between them about 4 days worth of rations. Otherwise, they just really have their gear on them and like the basics for adventuring or a soldier.
I don't think at this moment. Yeah, Kira's not gonna care about the rations.
Yeah. You just did loot, obviously,
Oh.
like the plate armor and the weapons, but you know all that stuff can be very encumbering.
I can't really wear plate anyway.
Encumbering stuff that is also most of the stuff has, for at least the higher level guys who had stuff worthwhile, they have some like crest of obviously the stuff of the Squall Knights. So some of it's not very inconspicuous.
Okay, I think. Which one was the highest ranking?
The last one who's alive, he was the knight.
The last one that survived.
He was nearly probably a proper Squall Knight. Well, at least like he was probably soon to graduate into being able to become one.
Okay. I'm gonna put the higher ranking guy in my body bag, my bag of bones. I can hold 10 corpses, so this thing can hold a lot.
Well, you had none in there,
I've-
so you did.
Yeah, they're empty, so I've only got, this is the 3rd corpse in here. So I'm gonna put that in there, and should I bother with this guy?
I don't know.
Nah, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, more for the picking. So let's go put 4 in there.
Okay.
And the rest of these, Kira, should we put them to the side and maybe burn them?
That's pretty noticeable. We should.
You guys would know ritually either. It's up to you. You guys did it with the one undead guy, but remember, burning is one way. Otherwise, people usually leave bodies off to the side to become walkers Perdita. So they don't usually bury bodies. Though it's not obviously not very inconspicuous for you guys. But keep that in mind, that the way this world works is people rise animated again and they walk until they float to the arenas. Or they're usually cremated. It just decides what you guys wish to do it. The one's more popular than the other. Go ahead,
I suppose we should cremate them, huh?
Maybe, yeah. So I guess I'm gonna drag the 2, like, kind of squire-ish people
Alright.
up to this little clearing over here. Or maybe deeper in, like just behind some trees, just out of the way.
Sure, easy enough.
And would you mind doing the honors?
Of course. I guess I will light them on fire.
Sure, you light them on fire. Actually, there's a name for this. I find it real fast. You would know Kira as Orbitus Triumphant is what follows this. Does a lot of things. Well, elves probably don't actually burn their people like this. But you realize this is called, the action of cremating people is called Vidivus. I'll type in chat. While the Waters of Perdita are the other way. So you guys are currently doing an act of Vidivus as you ignite these bodies as they start to burn into ash. Their soul is able to return to Mother Orbitus instead of to the Reans. Is it what they wanted? Well, I guess you'll never know.
Well then. Do you mind, do you want to say something for him? I don't know. How do you feel about the dead?
I don't have really much to say other than I hope it's better on the other side. As Kira just walks back the horse.
Sure. Do you keep Tiny Plant in your backpack with like Jackal or?
I gave Jackal, or I
Oh,
guess
you
I
kept Jackal,
maybe I guess I do have Jackal.
You definitely have Jackal.
Okay. I think Jackal and Tiny Plant are gonna get to know each other.
Okay, I kind of assumed he was in your backpack normally. I don't know how it works transforming with you, but since he's usually in your bag, I assumed it's like okay.
Yeah, I thought Jackal was of Reyna because I remember giving Jackal to Reyna.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Reyna.
But I guess Reyna gave it back to me.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, Jackal would have naturally moved its way back.
I would probably just tell Jackal no eating.
We could always just lean out, like keep the bags on the horses. And
True.
So if you ever do wild shape for whatever reason, they don't get smushed.
Or morphed.
Sorry.
I don't know what that would do. I should think about stuff like that for like unstable magic. That'd be
Become like a weird homunculus.
All right. Let me. And you have Rappa. You guys have finally reunited with your old friends to see disaster. Kira, you very briefly feel something on your antlers. Like you feel like there's something on. Feel a pain in the middle of your forehead. You almost feel like a snap, as you suddenly out of nowhere you hear a very familiar voice. Well there, Kira. As you almost see, you see a version of Kit kind of like holding the horse's reins. Turns out I really am a fortune teller, aren't I? Oh, don't mind me. I need to grab something. As he starts digging through your bag. Here it is. As he pulls out the first card that shows the vegetation starting to rot and wither away, with on the bottom of it saying, I believe it says decay. One done.
Right.
As he smiles, one done. 2 more to go. As he grabs a paintbrush and almost instead of painting a picture, he erases the picture. Until you draw again. your blank card, as it looks like he's handing it back to you, but he just kind of vanishes, as if nothing was ever there. Oh, and as he's leaving, the last thing you hear is like, by the way, fuck the two of you for leaving me back there with all those corpses. The Hawkins, you don't hear anything. Or see anything.
I guess by the time I guess this is like one of those moments where it's like I think I'm trying to say something, but everything just feels frozen. And then as soon as I can like regain control, I'll just be like, ah,
So
shit.
you could say something, but as probably... you could definitely have said something if you wanted to, but would he responded? Probably not. At the very least. But you hear the Hawkins.
Sakura. Well, you're right.
I mean, was anything strange happening?
It's a bit windy.
I'm gonna reach in to pull out one of the cards.
I'm assuming you're looking
Honestly,
for the
I'll-
one that you think that you just saw.
Yeah.
You pull it out. It is now blank. The prophecy has been fulfilled. The first part.
Was this the rotting plants that turned to dust?
Yes, the first card. The first thing you saw. Decay. Butterfly lands on plants, and all the plants turn to a very white color and turn into ash, rotting away.
We need to get to the swamps.
Is it? I mean, that's where we're. Kira, you're right. You look like you've seen a ghost. What?
I mean, that's funny. Let's get out of here.
What do you mean? Oh, she's.
As you can see, Kira just kind of speeds up further ahead.
So you guys travel. You reach. Day goes by again. Nothing really bad. You guys have, not knowing exactly where you were, you guys are actually farther ahead than you had calculated, not having the map anymore after it burned away. And you realize it's starting to get closer to nighttime, but you realize you have probably less than a day to Maplewood. As you realize you get to this clearing where the trees open up, and you see... You see the trees aren't just a clearing, the trees have been blown away. As you look over to the side, you see this crater where it just goes deeper than you can see and farther than you can see. This crater must be a mile or two wide, as everything's been blown apart, almost like a meteorite has fallen here. The road in front of you is actually patched up. But you can tell this is a site where the battle happened. The trees have turned to dust. The road has turned to dust, but you can tell that they have repaired the road. But everything that was there at one point is no more. As a mile or two across, there's now just a crater. The last representation of this.
Wow, that's Is there, like the dead horses? Are the dead bodies of like anyone, like the horses or any like of the initial explosion there? Any of the remnants of that?
No, all you see is when you look around, you see in this cavern, you try probably on the edge of it, you see lights in the middle of the cavern, in this, not cavern, this crater, but there's... Oh,
There's someone in the middle of the crater?
Well, sorry, this is not just like the explosion from the chest. This is where you explode the chest, and then like not long afterwards, the battle happened, and the battle encompassed this area. You see, there's a lot of lights in the middle of this crater, but there's no evidence of anything. And when I say a lot of lights, you can tell this is an encampment of... this is an army encampment. There's at least a battalion... Well, I don't know the numbers. There's at least a full unit of some kind of military or group inside. You see hundreds of tents and lights and figures getting ready as the sun starts to go down. There's no one on the road. But yeah, what's your question?
Can I warg into my hawk and like get some altitude and like I can go up to 100 feet up and just like get like get some vision and see what I can see in there?
Yeah, hot's not a weird thing to see. As you fly over, you see a what looks to be a battalion of Squall Knights. You see the flags everywhere, and you see a lot of them seem to had archery ranges up. Archery ranges up. He seems to be mostly a battalion of probably archers. And you see on the side, you see a bunch of like cement and bricks and various tools. It looks like this squad has been sent out to repair the road, and they have the road seems mostly repaired. It seems like they probably finished it not long ago, or are close to finishing it. So that's what it seems like. It just seems like a unit of the Squall Knights who have been dispatched to deal with this. Maybe back up the other. This is not the same unit you saw going south in the first place. This is a new unit. So they may also be here to like back up that one unit in Maplewood. You're unsure. They're close enough to do so, for sure.
Well, let's stay out of that, shall we?
Yeah, but no one's
Agreed.
moving. But yeah, you start to go on this road on the edge. The road kind of goes in between the cavern, this crater. Like the crater also is on the other side. They just kind of rebuilt it through the center. They've had to build up through parts of it. But there's, if anything, you might be surprised that it wasn't talked about more than the Senate must have been keeping this hush hush, because this is not an unnoticeable thing, especially on the Maple Waltz, one of the most important land trade routes in all of Kadoy, where hundreds, if not thousands, of people go on here every day to different parts. So very surprising, and also a reminder of the sheer power of the Night Lords. But as you travel, if you wish to do nothing else, you can make it across just with the sight of this crater. And you get to the
I
other
guess I'll go
side.
past.
And you realize you probably have maybe half a day to Maplewood. Do you wish rest when you get to the other side of this crater? Or somewhere along the way?
Hero, are we going to go inside Maplewood, or are we going to go past?
I'm expecting to go past it. I don't want to
Right.
risk going to Maplewood.
You guys would realize you're going to lose time going around Maplewood. At the very least. That's important to you.
Would it be? I mean, would we still be able to make it to Mount
There'd
Matral
be
in the
much
time?
more questions. So the thing is, if you don't go through Maplewood, it's about to be the next day. You'll have about 2, maybe 3 days to get to Mount Matrod, so you wouldn't really have any free time. And if something stopped you in the swamps, you wouldn't be in a good position. I think it's either you go through Maplewood briefly to maybe stop and check on Aldania's Grove, or you avoid doing that. Then you just go straight to Mount Matrod.
On second thought, Hawkins, maybe it might be too much of a rush to go around.
What was
Maybe
the second card?
I pull out the second card.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think it's inventory. Give me a moment to go back to the session so I can actually see the name of it. I know what's on it.
It's a
but-
manipulation.
Yes, then that one is it's title manipulation at the bottom. It's one where you see a pile of dead humans and Frogolians reaching up to the crown. And at the very top is a very large Frogolian holding the crown, but he could not escape the fate of dying as well. So the crown is above all, but everyone beneath it is dead, trying to reach for it.
Something tells me Maplewood and the Frogolians are gonna have a great time very soon.
The crown's in Maplewood. The mayor has it, I think, if I remember correctly.
No. You don't need to insight. You remember this? Well, he might have a different crown, but there's only one crown you ever saw. And it was on a statue in the Temple of Revost. On the nameless...
Oh,
I
right,
believe-
yeah, I remember now. Yeah, because the guy
Yes.
that was showing us around his like graveyard thing where he had the people stuck in the tombs.
Mhm.
All right. The crown's in the Temple of Revost, if I remember correctly. Retcon.
I think a lot of people are about to die, Hawkins. So do we want to get into this, or do we just head straight to Mount Matrod?
You hear noises coming from little tiny plant.
I look down to see what tiny plant's possibly doing.
Seems she's trying to say
Water.
something.
I reach back and I pour some water on top of tiny plant.
She kind of shades, but she keeps saying,
Mama.
What?
she realizes you don't understand. She tries to write it out as her
Mama.
as she.
Sorry,
she,
I had to run.
She looks up when you say "mama," and her eyes kind of go wide.
I'm sure we'll see your mama soon.
Sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, it's gonna be messy.
It's gonna be either we can get ourselves involved, or excuse me, I feel like if we go to Maplewood, we're gonna get ourselves involved with the Frogolians and the people of Maplewood. But if we go around, we're just going straight to Mount Matra. There's no stopping.
You can always scout it out as well if you wish. You don't have to be in. You can always scout out the town from a distance, at the very least.
If we let the Frogolians get the crown, she's gonna summon the god. I think that's what she needs. The witch.
Yeah, but if we just have Cronus with us, is that
Do
not
we have the
just...
time?
We'll be really pushing the time.
I'm not kidding when I say you guys might die if you decide not to go through Maplewood. I'm not kidding when I say that either. I know it's kind of weird trying to judge time, but there's definitely a
I
possibility.
think we're mainly arguing whether do we want to get involved and stop them from getting the crown, because do we have the time to go back, get Kronos, and then come back and get the crown, or will they have gotten it by then and then summon the god and then something bad would have happened, right?
I guess all I'll say, I'm gonna use the restroom too, but all I'll say before I use the restroom is, you guys don't know what's going on, so you go there and see. That's all I know. If you go around it, you won't see what's going on.
I think we need to see for ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, who knows how bad the fucking flu's gone? Their disease.
Exactly. Ah, God.
We might be able to just waltz in, grab the crown and hide it.
Do we really want to risk that? I feel like Hawkins. I feel like if as long as we get to Mount Matrod and we're free from this, we don't. There's no more. Like we're not bound to anything.
But I almost feel responsible. Like, if we could help save this town, stop this witch, who obviously wants us dead either way. Maybe, with all the terrible shit we've done, to have done one good thing. You know? One
Yeah.
act of kindness.
God. You're right. God, I hate it when you're right.
I don't want to be right.
Someone has to. Let's go.
Well, we'll decide when we get there. Either way, let's go through Maplewood.
Yeah. Let's hope no one
Alright.
stops us, though.
You guys are probably. You guys wish rest now? It's really.
Yeah, I think we'd rest.
Okay. I'll assume you probably even talked about that maybe when you're resting. Once again,
Yeah.
nothing's gonna happen in this night, so we're trying to skip through your guys' preparations unless there's something unique you guys wish to. Of course you can. But if not, we'll skip through, and you'd realize you're probably about a half days away. Let me change our day up. Probably about a half days away. Oops, not that. Half days away from Maplewood as it turns to the 23rd of Pylamos. 3 days until you die. At this point, I would like to point out the rust has went from your neck. It's going down, not up. It's went from your neck, and it's probably, for both of you, it's probably about to your waist. It's making it a little bit harder to move, nothing mechanical, but it's making it hard to move. It kind of pinches your flesh in the places it hasn't turned yet. And almost every time you move, you almost hear like a little bit of a cracking noise as you touch yourself, you just feel like it's really jarring. And all of you, you'd feel your energy is almost being drained as well. No exhaustion levels, but you can tell your life force is being seeping away from you, slowly. And once it gets to a certain point, you can realize you might start having actual issues mechanically.
Can I,
But-
while we were doing all these resting and stuff, could
Yep.
I have said I was working on, like, making a scroll,
Yeah, what's really
like, during our long rest? I want to make a scroll of Expeditious Retreat.
I think. Let's see what it.
And use it's a level 1 spell, and use the inks to just,
Okay,
like, basically write it on a
the-
piece of paper.
I believe the price for making. I'll do based on money because it's different than making spells in your spellbook.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So the price is going to be the price of what level 1 scroll would be in my world, which is 60 Rihdarian gold. Sorry, 60, not Rihdarian gold. That's 60 gold D&D. It is going to be 60 Rihdarian, silver doctrines. Jeez.
Would that be how much it is to sell them or to make them? Or would they have done a markup?
It's the I'm going to do right now, it'd be like the same price for making them. It's just, it depends where you go, there's going to be different prices everywhere.
Okay.
But at least for the moment, if you're trying to sell stuff, I'd definitely work with you. But
So
in
60
terms of
silver?
making, yes. Yep, 60 silver doctrines.
Alright, worth of inks?
Yep, of your ink.
Okay. I'll do
And
that.
I might change it at some point, but for now we'll do it that way.
That's fine.
And if you ever wish mass
I haven't
produce to
used any
sell,
of them anyway.
if you wish produce to sell or something, we'd definitely think about that in different ways.
Where's my ink?
So it's a little bit more expensive than learning a spell in your book.
That's fair.
All right, you do that. Do you wish to hold on to the thing yourself, or
Yeah, I think my inks have gone missing as well. I have so much stuff that's kind of...
I don't know why I see it all on my side. I'll have to look about that later. You right now, your ink. Maybe something happened. It might be just we lost our sheets. Actually, I think maybe I know what. I think I might actually know what's wrong.
Oh, I got it. No, I accidentally clicked on the action
Oh,
thing.
no wonder.
So I didn't even know that was an option you could do. Alright, I see it all now.
Okay,
Oh, that's it. I
alright,
even see the bloodstream. That's why it was missing.
perfect. Right, you can take care of that.
Alright.
60. You guys wake up in the morning. About half a day is to Maplewood. I assume you guys take off again.
Yes.
That is the plan.
You guys take off. Nothing really happens. Let me find the music I want as well. Stop that.
Kira, take this scroll. If anything happens, use that to either run away or heed the situation, or anything.
God, I hope it doesn't come to it.
Don't worry. I'm also gonna remove unprepare Featherfall and prepare that as well. So just so we can both, if we ever need to, we got the speed.
All right.
Good idea.
As you guys do that, you've been to travel about half the day. Half the day goes by, or a quarter of the day goes by, and you realize you're probably about a quarter of the way to Maplewood. However, whenever you get here, riding your horse, Kira, you suddenly feel a rustling inside your bag. It's kind of normal at first. Maybe it's Jackal running around or doing something weird. It's pretty stoic usually. But then it starts small and unnoticeable, but then you realize it's starting to get more and more rapid. It's moving in your bag. Then almost, where's your bag at? Is it on your horse right now, or?
I would say it's on the horse like Hawkins suggested.
All right. You realize it's starting to get more and more rapid as this horse is starting to notice it too. And then it's from rapid to violent. And then almost, it seems like something is thrashing inside of it. The wild bat. It's almost like the wild animal's been stuck in there. And you see Tiny Plant and Jackal kind of like confused as well.
Are they in the bag?
The two of them are in the bag. Well, maybe, unless you have them somewhere else.
I would definitely open up the bag to see what's happening.
Sure. When you open the bag, where is Tiny Plant and Jackal right now?
I would say they were in the bag, or
Okay.
I just left them in there.
Making sure. As you open it, and before you can reach down and open it, suddenly, the bag explodes open. A flash of red and black emerges from the bag, almost like that of a tentacle, as it shoots out rapidly. Its skin is made of this hard dragon-like scales, sharp, mangled, unfriendly seeming. As if it emerges, it grows in length. It grows longer, wider, faster. And suddenly you see tiny plant caught up on the end of it, goes flying out before you can grab them, and it's being pulled off the horse. And almost as if your bag is going to rip, this tentacle ends with a large quantity of spiked scales. You see 2 horns, 2 feet long, pointed away from you, with a large plate of red. Underneath forms a set of eyes, then a face strangely human, and a jaw stretching wider than possible. Lastly, forms a nose that you witness being topped off by a strange silver ring of a snake eating its own tail.
Surprised to see me so soon.
As Sothis, the Everborn, holding tiny plant wrapped up inside of him, forms behind you as you're galloping down with these horses.
Sothis, it's so good to see you. We've been keeping the ring safe, waiting for your return.
You see him with his same cunning glare as you start riding off, as you pull your horses to a stop.
It's so nice to see my murderers again. Were
It
you
wasn't
this
us, remember?
excited when you saw me after being killed?
No.
No.
Yes.
I'm so happy to see you.
I look at Hawkins.
Sothis,
once
please
again.
drop tiny plant.
We never got to finish our deal, now did we? What say we make a deal again?
We can make a deal. Honestly, this might actually
Oh.
be a good thing. 'Cause
He turns. He kind of
we
wraps
might
around.
actually have some things to share. Some villains, some enemies in common.
He's not seemingly listening to you right now as he's kind of wrapping
Come on.
around, almost like he's
Come on,
stretching out his scales, and you hear like popping.
Reviving you sweet humans made me so weak. Resting for so long was so lonely. But it feels so refreshing to have acquired my true strength again. I'm glad you want to make a deal. Though you lost your terms from before. Let's make a new deal. I hope you agree, as you say. Though I wouldn't mind
He kind of like twists his neck as it cracks.
testing out my powers again after so long.
Please, no.
As you all come to a stop, he kind of unstretches this menacing glare, cunning, as he doesn't seem to keep his distance from you. He kind of like starts slithering forward as he did almost in his lair, holding Tiny Plant far behind him. He starts wrapping around you and your horses almost.
So, what happens to the other friends? What about those I was playing chess with, who distracted me?
Which one were you playing chess with?
The gnome and the human.
The human is out doing his own adventures. I actually don't know where he is. And the gnome isn't with us anymore. He's dead. His name was Kid.
Unfortunate. I saved you all just for him to die.
As he kind of wraps around you, Kira.
Thanks for keeping my ring safe.
Of course. That's exactly what.
As Kira, you don't remember this because you're a little drunk, but Hawkins, in your head flashes a moment in the I believe it was a leaping frog back in Maplewood, where you're talking to those Rashakas who were going to go hunt, who warned you about the curse of the Naga. how those who ever take something from a Naga always find themselves dead eventually, as the spirit comes back to haunt them. That warning that wasn't heeded is reminded to you in this moment, as Tiny Plant is now shaking and about to start crying again, held by this Naga.
So let's start with the deal. Shall we?
Yes.
I do not care about the treasures taken from me by those people, but they took my book of experiments. It holds my life's research of 900 years. I will need that back. I will need you to bring me one of those bastards that got me killed and betray them, just as you helped them kill me. You'll help me kill one of them. And finally, as per the original deal, you must accept getting rid of Andros' authority so I can hurt her. But you must also help me kill her. Do you understand?
If we agree to this, will you let Tiny Plant go?
Of course. I did not necessarily wish to do this. I remember we were on decent terms before you murdered me. I thought we were going to have a great deal. This is only because I didn't know what I was coming out into. Who knows if I was about to be killed again? I don't quite like dying. It sure is lonely in there.
As his tongue kind of flits the ring in his nose. As you see, he kind of slithers around the audience.
We have a deal.
Can I like insight?
John.
Like how is he stronger than he was? Like is he super tough now?
Do you want to insight his actual power and try and perceive, or do you wish insight his words?
Oh, I think his power, and then maybe his words later.
How long have we been talking to this guy, by the way?
How long? Well, you've talked about your line skill. You've already talked to him about
Yeah.
for a minute in the past, so you know this guy. So you can use it.
Okay. Can I know? I want insight if he's actually going to let Tiny Plant go.
Sure. I believe you advantage for
And-
that too.
Yeah.
We'll do Hawkins first.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Well,
So, nice. Hawkins, your insight to see if he is stronger than before. You'd assume when you fought him, you guys are a lot weaker. So you probably only saw maybe a fraction of his power. And that sent you flying in fear. And you also understand how scary he is from the Frogolians, why they thought it was such a feat for you to kill him. And he's been alive for 900 years. And you can tell that what he said is he lost a lot of power needing to revive the six of you. And you can tell he seems almost like a snake that's molted. He seems like he looks good at the very least. He's definitely not looking weak. Is he really stronger than before? Hell, you know this guy. He's definitely not trustworthy. You don't know when he's lying to you or when he's not. But you don't doubt what he's saying, that he's rested long enough to be strong enough. And at least at the moment right now, there was 4 of you back then, only 2 of you now. And be it if he's stronger or not, if you do something, you know he could at least kill the things important to you here. And then get away. It's not a very good deal.
Okay.
Kira, please ask your questions. Tiny Plant, and you had something else you wish to inquire about with this role?
it was. I was trying to think of a second thing to say at the moment, but I couldn't. I guess my main focus right now is definitely is he actually going to let Tiny? Is the Nog actually going to let Tiny Plant go?
Sure. Sothis is very. He does not hide the fact that he's cunning and definitely vile. But someone who is vile and cunning doesn't get to live this long, not being honest to some extent. He'll give you tiny plants, you think. He has no interest in killing you. It seemed his words were true. He did not know he was coming out into, so he took a hostage. And it happened to be tiny plant. Just it was inside the bag with the ring. Plus, the last thing I'll tell you with this is he needed your help he needed someone's help in the first place. And he's already explained it to you. There's no reason for him not to be on your guys' good side. Well, to whatever extent that means. So yes, it seems like you'll do tiny plant back. Anything else? As he turns around.
If you're worried,
Or he kind of like leans up and looks you in the eye talking and then goes over to you, Kira.
or if you question my strength. So what if you kill me again? I never die. I am the Everborn. Do you doubt me?
Sothis, I want to help you. But I honestly don't know if we can help you get those people back. I don't know if we can even do that. If we are even capable of something like that.
He kind of smiles as you're talking.
You got them to come for you once. You can get one of them to come out again.
We didn't have a way of contact with them. We didn't even know they were coming for us. That wasn't our idea. They just did it by themselves.
So you tell me you don't know them?
We've been through worse. We barely know them. Honestly, we barely even have control of them. They own us.
They own you. Perfect. They'll never expect it. All you need to do is figure out where one of them is by themselves. Then we give them a little surprise visit. Or, if you could, but it seems you have not enough confidence, bring them out to the swamp so I can slowly drown them in the murky waters. I care not which one it is, nor do I even care if it's the one who kills me. As long as they're important.
Huh. Slowly drowning in murky waters. Does that have any significance?
Yes, and if him saying that has significance?
Yeah.
It does. It means he wishes to see these guys in pain and torture them and give them the worst death they can.
I thought there was more significance because I remember someone drowning in a puddle was one of the fortunes. I wasn't sure if that was a link there or not.
No, this you can tell.
Never mind.
Sothis is maybe the fortune would have connected to him, but you can tell Sothis is probably also just as unaware as anything else. He's been stuck in the fucking ring for a while.
Yeah. All right.
Don't disappoint me. I've been stuck with you for so long. We're basically friends already.
Kira, can we do that?
We can definitely try. But just like Hawkins said, we don't have any hold.
I never expected you to be able to command them. But you sure tricked me. I didn't think you had any friends who might even consider helping you.
Neither did we.
Surely, there's some way you could get one of them out. Eventually.
When do you want this? You're quite a aged individual.
The sooner the better. But I would like my book back as fast as possible.
At the very least, we can try and get your book back.
And then there's not as much rush. The same deal applies for Anthros. You can go get an army if you wished, I don't care. But you must help me kill her as well.
Alright.
I feel like this is only a fair deal for murdering me as you did.
We'll definitely try
But
to get rid of Andros.
He kind of slithers around
try it.
as he kind of drops Tiny Plant back off on your lap, Kira.
I like you guys. I kill you once, and you kill me back. I'm glad we don't have to continue this cycle.
Guess we're even, eh?
Yes. Cycles are so tedious.
As he kind of flits his ring of a snake eating itself in an endless loop. Once more.
Alright, well, now that you're here, we actually have some other stuff we're working on. And we're not sure if Anthros is involved or not, so this might be some pretty good... It's good to see you. Is Anthros a snake?
Yes,
Or
I
Naga?
told you. She's a Naga with many faces.
Alright,
Though, I do not believe it's out of her capability to take a more
As he kind of looks at you.
satisfying form for you humans.
neither of us are humans. But,
Yes, you're all humans to me.
oh,
Just
right, of
a,
course.
Of course.
just a still
Does-
human.
Do you know if she has any, connection with a witch? The witch was the Velvet Star?
She's a velvet star.
Or do you know
Yeah,
anything
that was a
about
that was a tongue twister for her.
What do I know about them? Nothing. Not really. They sound like my kind of people, though. But I've noticed 2 witches in the swamps. Not quite keen of either of them. I trust neither.
What are their names?
Names. One lives deep in the swamps, on the other side of the Rondolians, by them lonesome. I believe exiled or something like the sort. Keeps to themselves a lot. The other has a bunch of children of plants. They both are witches, not to be trusted.
Why? Why don't you, especially the one with children, why do you, Sotus, the great and powerful?
Don't patronize me if you don't mean it.
I am not patronizing you. I know you are powerful, and I know you are great for living for so long. But why do you not trust the witch that lives with many children?
He kind of wraps around you.
Why do you want to know? And why shouldn't I require a price?
Because we're helping you. And if we don't succeed in helping you, you not only don't get your book, but you lose 2 rather convenient pieces to help you get your book back.
Threats.
It's not a threat. It's something that we can all achieve together.
Fine. Tell me why you want to know. That'll be price enough for the answer. What's the value?
Alright, well, you're gonna want to sit down for this because we got some notes.
He looks around.
You best make it choppy before we have friends on this road. I am quite hungry, but it may not look good for you.
Same actually. Do you wanna let's just go off road a little bit, yeah? Maybe a little bit, bit
No,
comically.
I
Make it-
just
He swerves around you so you can't leave.
No. I like the heat of the stones, just to make it quick.
Ah, I see.
I just want to know if Aldania is a cruel and evil person.
You see when he says that his eyes kind of glint over a little bit as he wraps around you.
You wish to know if they're cruel and evil. It sounds like you'd be disappointed if they were. I can't speak with 100% certainty. But I know she loves her children so much that she would be willing to do unspeakable things and sacrifice so many. I've seen her take many a Frogolian into her house, never to see them again. I thought about trying to get rid of her from my swamp, but I like that we shared a common enemy in those frogs. Evil?
He kind of spins around and looks.
I don't know her well enough. But isn't everyone evil when it comes to certain things?
I suppose I can't argue with that, huh? Well, I
So
suppose
my
thank you for
answer
your
is
honest
yes,
answer.
she is evil. Just
Seems
as
to
we
be
are.
the key. Okay. Thank you.
It's not necessary.
I suppose you
We're
are.
partners now, aren't we? And friends of several days. Unbeknowingly, though.
Yeah.
I
Does,
suppose you are.
Does the name Devour Anthros mean anything to you?
He
Devour.
turned-
Sorry, Devour. No, it's not Anthros.
He looks
Mother
at you like-
Devorator.
Okay. I'm like, might devour Anthros. I'm pretty sure he's the one who told you about that. He kind of turns and slithers around you
Devorator.
again.
Of course. It's that damn beast those Frogolians worship. That Anthros wanted me to get rid of. They're enemies, you know. They fought once upon a time. They're both beasts of great power.
Where in the marshes does Anthros live?
Underground. Everywhere. In the water.
Beast of great power.
Okay. So,
Anthros is the ruler of the marshes. They know everything. They have eyes everywhere. It's just those Frogolians have united and organized. She does not have the forces to take them out. And that I've been removed from the picture is probably a great stress to her right now.
fuck. Well, now I'm even more confused. Honestly, I thought Anthros was one of the witches.
She might be, but she's no witch that I know of. But she sure is like them. No, much worse.
Do you know anything about the witch that keeps to herself?
She leaves her house every now and then and disappears for a few hours. But she always comes back. She doesn't do much. She plays the flute. She writes. She makes potions and does witchy stuff. said to be in exile or something of the sort. She's been there for how many years? Probably nearly a decade.
What do you say?
He said probably nearly a decade.
A
She's been
decade.
around.
And the other one was only a little bit less than that. They arrived around the same times. Though now I realize I probably should have killed them earlier on. I was just so bored.
Alright. Do you like the Frogolians? Sorry, I'm not sure if it was you or Anthros that hated the Frogolians.
Anthros forces me to fight them as her champion. If I was the king of the marshes, well, they would have to at least be my servants. Only naturally.
Right, well, if we can come to a nice partnership, maybe we can help you see to that.
I would not mind such things, but that'll never be the case when Anthros is alive.
Sure. Fuck, now Well, are you able to, are you gonna, like, just go to the marshes now, or how is this gonna work? Can we have Tiny Plant? Yeah, we'll help you.
We already have Tiny Plant.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if it was done.
Perfect. I feel like I do not wish break our bond yet.
As you see, he kind of spits something out of his mouth. As you see, similar to whenever you guys spit out a small version of himself, he spits out a smaller version of himself, and as it comes out, his body starts shrinking, almost like it inverts. As it shrinks to the ground, it also becomes like a bit oversized snake version of him, like a smaller snake version of him, as he kind of slithers up the horse leg of Kira, and is like,
Into the bag I go again.
That's kind of cute.
as you see, Tiny Plant and Jackal are not the biggest fans of having Sothis, a small snake Sothis, in the bag with them.
New roommate.
Sure is cozy in here. Though I've been in here for so long.
You're not gonna cause any trouble with our journey, correct?
I don't wish me caught outside of my swamps. I can always teleport away. But why would I cause issues for my newest friends? Ones I like so much.
You can teleport?
Memories to Hawkins running away. Actually, maybe you died before you. I think you died before you saw it.
He can teleport and he shoots lightning out of his mouth.
Oh, he knows that. Hawkins knows that one. He got murdered. He got murdered.
Oh, yeah, I got a big old blast of that lightning, I'll tell you that.
It's much better now.
Right, well, we might, if push comes to shove, would you be up to lending us a hand? So we can at least accomplish your goals.
I'll decide if it happens.
Alright. Can we get an itemized list of exactly what you could do, so we could, come up with the optimal strategies, at which point maybe we won't even need to use you, or maybe we can ask you kindly to use a very particular spell, and then that'll actually solve a whole issue, and we won't have to worry about it, and you won't have to do anything too much, yeah.
A good question. What if I asked you on a back?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm an open book.
Would you like to go ahead and crawl in my mouth so I can eat you?
No.
There you go.
Right, well, can you teleport us, if we were to ask? Is there a radius? Is there a distance? Because that actually is huge, honestly, right now.
Perhaps, if I wished. But it's not far enough to matter, in this sense. I can tell.
He kind of looks around.
I can tell we're still far away from the marshes.
We're actually not that far, honestly. We're like a half day's travel, quarter days.
I'm too far for teleporting.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, I think while we travel, we kind of just get Sothis up to date. Like, there's your thing. Here's what's happening. There's folks, and they try to get the crown. And the crown, you won't believe this, is used or by the Devorator as like a sacrifice to like make a god or something. It's what which is the Velvet Star, which I think either Ordania or that secret witch we don't even know is part of. Well, honestly, that's the main mystery right now, you know. So we're kind of in a bit of a pickle.
Well, if that's the case, there's an easy solution.
Oh yeah.
Just keep Mother Devorator and the crown separated.
Yeah, that's the plan. We know where the crown is, but we also know that the Frogolians know where the crown is. Or at least they know
Where's
the town
the
where the
crown?
crown is.
I suspect they will attack the town with Mother Devorator.
Yeah, that's the main worry because
But
it's in a yeah.
the ritual will probably be held where they live. So I suspect they will ask for the crown to be taken back. And then later, they will send Mother Devorator.
Yeah. So that's where I was leading to. If we were to get the crown, what would you say to teleporting us away so we can hide it?
Well, if you do that, you'll make the enemy of them. I suggest, instead of making enemies with all the frogs, you take the crown to where it ought to go. Just surely, if it's so important, the witch will come for it, no. But if you
Yeah, but
hide,
Yeah.
they'll have time to mobilize them all.
So we should destroy the crown.
Perhaps, I do not know, but if the crown is essential, and if the ritual is how I expect, the ritual will probably require lots of death. And if the ritual is held in the Fraudolians' homeland, and if, as you say, Mother Devorator is needed, they will keep Mother Devorator to consume all the dead, and then send her back. So, that means, if what you said is right, you might have a chance if you were to take the crown back, to destroy the crown and the ritual site. But this is assuming what you've said is how it works.
I'm confused. Is this? He's saying take the crown to Mother Devorator?
No, what he's saying is, if they're going to attack Maplewood, they're probably going to take Mother Devorator to attack as well.
Yeah.
So Mother Devorator, at that moment, Mother Devorator and the crown are going to be in the same place. The problem is,
Right.
they probably set the ritual up at their base, because they're not going to set the ritual up in the middle of Maplewood. So it's already probably been set up at the base. So they'll need to bring the crown and Mother Devorator back to the base.
So we could like skip them
The-
and go straight to their base and like ruin the ritual site or something.
Well, you'd maybe, but you could try that. But what I think we was suggesting with information, because it seemed like you wanted to get the crown, was suggesting is you go with the Fraudolians. The Fraudolians, if they get to their crown, they're probably going to go ahead and send their crown back first, so no one has a chance to get it back, while Mother Devorator consumes all the life force, or whatever. So if you can get yourselves to be the one carrying the crown back, you can take the crown to the ritual site, destroy the ritual site
Oh.
before Mother Devorator comes back. So then you don't have
So
to
we
worry.
can like just do a heist, do an Ocean's 11.
The reason he's saying if you teleport straight out with the crown instead of going there like being on their side, is they'll realize that something's went south, and the witch would, if they have all this power, would probably convince the Frogolians or whatever that you're their enemy, and then you'd have to worry about the witch, all the Frogolians, Mother Devorator, at the same time as they're looking for you guys. So he basically what he's saying is, you should pick your battle, because they're going to need to be separated at some point. But that's
Kira, what do you think?
he's basing all that off the information you've given him. So ultimately, it could be extremely flawed if your information's wrong, as well, or if maybe he might be fucking tricking you. Who knows?
What I think is, we definitely have priorities that need to be accomplished, and my current priority.
Go ahead.
And my current priority, besides checking up, I keep forgetting the name, Maplewood, and possibly, if we cut through in Maplewood, we stop by this little one's place. And we head to a specific mountain.
Yeah, but how far out of the way is Ordania's place? Like, how is that like?
It shouldn't be too far out of the way. It should just be as simple
It's
as
like negligible.
walking
Yeah.
by. One could say it's on the way.
So, if we were to maybe, because I think we need to get rid of this crown, or at least not. We can't let them get the crown, because if they do, they're going to summon this god, and whatever happens, the whole marshes are going to get fucked up anyway.
And we care to prevent this, correct?
I guess I do.
Okay. Would Kira know that we can spend a day or two trying to prevent this?
I don't think we can. I think we have to do it
You'd
as we
realize
travel.
as you travel, you'll have time to maybe stop by some of these places and see what's happening. But you need to go take care of your callers and then come back. So, assuming they're not like attacking right now or something, or like something's going on right now, you'll probably be okay. But if they're in the process of like getting ready for something, then you guys would probably have the time to get to Kronos, get your callers taken care of, and then with your freedom, you could choose if you wish to involve yourself. Basically, you don't.
I think
know-
I'm worried. Like we just don't know the timeline.
You don't. Yeah, you
we
just
don't know
work
if
there.
they're going to attack.
Yeah.
By the time we're gone, or by the time we get to Kronos, they've already done their ritual and the gods summoned, and we were too late.
Yeah, maybe
Right,
we might
that's
be
my
fucking
worry.
dead already. Who knows? Yeah, but so this is now, baby. You guys travel. Obviously we went past our time here. Either we can keep going if you guys want, or we can, if you guys want to get in the Maplewood a little bit and find out some more information.
I personally would not mind ending if once we get to Maple.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, send it Maplewood.
yeah.
let's hit Maplewood then. Let's go to the Maplewood map.
I really just want to see what we can see from our scanning.
Well, when you first go, you see you come up from this area, the northern Maple Waltz. As you start, you're in the distance. The town that's not on fire. You don't see in the distance. You see smoke, but it's from the houses and the chimneys. Everything seems actually really normal from a distance.
Everything seems really normal. You say, okay. Hawkins, should we, just like you said, should we take the crown?
So we're inside the town now.
No, you're on the outside. You can go to the
We're
gate
on the
first,
outside.
Josh.
Well, if we
Northern gate.
could walk through the town and see how they're doing, right? It seems like there's no attacks. Wait, if we go through, would they clock us going around the town just to get out? How long would that take to just go around from here?
It would take us a bit long. It would take us quite longer to us to go
So
around.
we got to go through.
So if
We
we
got to
go
go
through,
inside anyway.
we have to go inside regardless. So if we're gonna be going inside, should we really stop by the temple and take the crown?
Let's stop by the temple. I don't know if we should. I don't know.
Should we warn anybody?
Do you think we could warn the guard? But
I
when
don't-
would they attack the town? because they got a disease. I don't know how bad that is. Is that even just a bad issue? Like there's that weird flu that person you treated had.
Sickle rot is not a flu. It's much worse. It's
Or
contagious
sickle rot.
too. I'm surprised this town is. It looks to be fine, but could I like do a perception check to see if it's like 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 the town looks fine from afar,
Yeah,
but
are
like
they like doing
closer
quarantine measures? Are
inspection,
they like
yeah, like is
houses
it
with-
just very empty? The streets are empty.
The problem is that you're on. You can only see the smoke. You're basically on a valley. So until you go to the gates, you can't really see inside past these walls. You see the smoke of like houses, so you know people
Do I
are there.
Can I
Do I see
walk into my
guards?
hawk and get 100 feet up and have a look?
Yeah, sure. You can fly over with your hawk. You can tell that you definitely seem there's not many people walking around. The market in the center is pretty empty, and you realize, you see people trying to be healed by some healers, and you realize there's a shit ton of Squall Knight soldiers throughout this town. Where those battalions that went past earlier, this must have been this was their destination. They told you. They were coming to investigate the Dreamwalker, but it seems they've now been stuck here with all this. So there's at least one, maybe two battalions of soldiers all throughout this very small town.
So I guess we could give them warning and say we have reason to believe that the Vergolians are going to attack and to ready the men or to.
Well, what happens? I suppose we can. But what happens if they stop us for longer?
Oh, I don't know. I guess we can warn them and say we're being paid to deal with it. We're adventurers. We're going to go deal with it. But to let them know that if it goes bad, they're planning on attacking Maplewood anyway.
I just want to avoid any interaction with the Squall Knights. However, maybe we can speak to the local. Maybe we can speak to Marcy or maybe Billy and tell them to tell the Squall Knights of what's happening.
Oh yeah, that guard. What's his face?
Ronald. Well,
Ronald.
that's not who she's talking about, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guard that interviewed us. He seemed good.
Oh, you mean the captain? That's Joseph Flume.
Yeah, the
I thought-
captain.
I thought you meant the
Flume.
one at the gate.
No, not him.
we can form. I just want to avoid anything to do with the Squall Knights, if I'm being honest.
All right.
I feel like nothing good ever comes from it.
Flume also clocked that we were in the mountains because that man said that we were. Remember the people we attacked and got the chest from.
Not the bandits.
Yeah, the
Soldier
bandits. And since they found out that Kronos is in the mountain, and he's clocked that we spent a few days in the mountains, he might not let us go
Ah,
if he makes that connection.
well, that's up to you if you want to risk that then, because I only want to tell Billy and Marcy and Billy.
But what if, I mean, that's just like, what if he just sees us in town, right?
We can definitely sneak our way through town without the horses, but that would make the trip longer.
We need the horses.
We sure do, don't we?
How would it be hard for the travel with horses in the marshes?
Yeah, you would probably want the horses in the marshes. You probably want to drop
So we
them
would
off
want
there.
them,
Probably not.
but we don't want the horses.
No, probably not in the marshes. And yeah, you guys are. Did your hawk check out the gate you guys are kind of approaching?
I would definitely be keen to
Yeah.
see there's guards at the gate.
Well, the guards you see at the gate, you see three guards you really recognize. You see Luke, Mo, and Ronald. The first three gate guards you met when you ever went to the city. They're part of the city watch.
Huh.
Do they have a good opinion of us, Hawkins? Those guards?
I mean, they know that we're legit because we flashed the Blossom badges.
But we don't have our Blossom badges anymore, do
I
we?
mean, they're not going to ask for it again, are they? They already know we got it.
I
I
guess
think.
so. Hmm. Well, we have to go through town, so I'll also just get in there, huh?
Alright.
How do you conceal Rappa? Tiny Planet is easy enough.
Oh yeah, he's still on my chest.
Do you like
Um,
put something over to make it like a backpack, or like what do you? Or this
I
is on your
think
chest. I don't know.
I think yeah, I think I'd like maybe grab one of the bags and like conceal him. Like so it's an empty backpack with just him in,
Mhm.
and then other bags, right?
Okay. All right, that works. All right. You guys go up to this gate. You get there, you see Luke, Mo, and Ronald all kind of chatting. Yeah. No, my wife's been all right. She's managed to avoid it so far. Though I try and stay out of the room. You know, I'm out and about all the time. Yeah, I kind of get that. Thankfully, I live by myself. I don't have to really worry about anyone. They kind of walk up. They kind of turn and notice. And you see Ronald step up. Oh, hello. Oh my. He kind of like
Long time no see.
his eyes kind of go wide when you approach. He's like, oh,
Hey, how
hello.
you been?
Would you say that you notice that he has his let me see, his left hand has so many bandages wrapped around it. It's like wrapped up in this crazy like bandage. When you say that,
Can I remember? Was that involved with our fault?
no,
Did we do that?
you've never seen it before. Nah, this is a new wound.
Oh,
Yes.
what's up with your hand?
Oh, he kind of like scratches the back of his head. I was trying to be kind of cool and check out the marshes, see if I could find something for promotion, and
Oh,
I got tripped up and I fell on the fucking biggest thorn I have ever seen in my life. It hurted like the
Biggest-
spires.
The biggest what? Sorry,
Thorn.
found the biggest thorn.
Yeah, thorn. Yeah, you know the thorns in
God.
the marshes. It hurt like the spires. So much, in fact, it pierced straight through my hand. Whew, and it hurt
Damn.
so bad. It was about a 4-inch thorn. I mean, not to brag, but it really hurt. But in my rage, I ripped that thorn off of the branch with my hand while I was still sticking through it. Whew. It was so. He looks at it. He's like, I know it's kind of embarrassing, I guess, for someone of your caliber, but I decided to keep the thorn as a souvenir. As he kind of like flashes something around his neck, you see like this 4-inch, like wood. It looks like a wooden thing. It's like you see like a base, and it's like 4 inches. That's like really sharp. And this seems to be the thorn he's talking about. And at the very end of it, it seems to have been like ripped off whatever was on. Right through my hand.
can I?
Is that hand gonna be okay?
Well, he kind of like looks at you. Hand's the least of our worries, miss.
Why? What happened?
Ooh, I guess you haven't heard. The entire town is infested with sickle rot. It spread like
Yeah.
fire out of nowhere. The Squall Knights showed up, and they were here to help. They were here to investigate something about the Dreamwalker, that nonsense. And then, well, with the mass influx of hands here suddenly in our small town, that sickle rot started to spread like crazy. And now they're trying to take care of it, but we're currently on quarantine. If you go into the
Okay.
city, if you're in there for too long, or if there's any signs of you being checked, before you go out the other side of the gate, you're going to be checked. And if there's any signs of you being contaminated, you will not be allowed to leave the city.
Oh my. How's the mayor?
Oh, dude, Gilbert, he's doing pretty well. I mean, Erlin Aerith, don't you know him? He's a Squall Knight working for Sir Pestrador. He's somewhat taken over right now. He doesn't have more authority than the Duke, but it's sort of like martial law at the moment. So he's sort of stepped in. The Duke tried to act, but he's trying to keep the Duke from doing much.
Gotcha.
But the dude's been locked up in the town hall. He doesn't come out.
Unfortunate to hear. Well, I suppose if we're just making our way through, so hopefully we won't be here for too long.
Yeah, I really do. I see you got some nice horses. I suggest you go through the town as fast as possible. That's going to decrease your odds of being infected, and they're going to check you at the other gate. And if you just get unlucky enough to bump into someone, the signs will be pretty quick. I think they might be using magic to check people. I don't know. Anything else I can help you with? Otherwise, you're free to go in. I've warned you.
Gotcha.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Do you guys go through it?
Shall we?
Oh, Hawkins, before we go in, we need to speak really quickly.
Oh, did you leave something in the camp?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's head back towards camp for a bit. I think I might have forgotten something at the previous campsite.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever.
I
We'll
just
be right
want to
back.
walk far enough away till they can't hear me.
Hmm?
He commented on our nice horses. Those squall knights are gonna know these aren't our horses.
You're right.
I think we need to go the rest of this trip on foot.
How long would it take if we went on foot, though?
I don't think it's gonna take as long as it's gonna be, as I'm gonna wild shape into a horse.
Oh yeah,
Perfect.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. But before I do,
Also,
Mhm.
one second. I want to try something. Oh, can we like go into the woods a bit further?
Sure.
Wait, but they're gonna clock that we got rid of the horses. The guards.
we can always say that we're gonna come back out, and we don't want the horses to possibly get contaminated. That we'll come
Oh,
right
true.
back out this gate.
Well,
So
they're
leave
nice
the
horses. We don't want them to get sick.
Exactly, and not the horses might not even get the sick rot, but we don't want anyone with sick rot touching the horses, and then we
True.
get sick from that. So it's probably best that we just tell them we left the horses at camp at an undisclosed location because we don't want anyone stealing the said horse.
Oh, and we've left them with food.
We
But
left them with food. And
yeah, let's go hide the horses real quick.
mm-hmm.
You had the horses easy enough. It's not too difficult of a thing to do.
The way I would the way I would hide the horses, I think Kira would just kind of like slap them on the butt to just make them run off into the distance.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Hawkins would grab one of them. Oh, Kira, you might want to look away, and I'm gonna slit the horse's neck.
My God.
I see you slit the horse's neck, and I was just like,
Ah.
okay.
Okay.
With my carnal touch activated.
Okay. Nothing happens. It dies. But
Oh, let me get the other one. Can you get me the other one?
that one's already running away.
I kind of slapped its butt to run off.
Oh, fuck. Can I run?
Oh, that thing's booking it.
Oh, I think I'm just gonna put the horse in the bag
Okay. That works.
for now.
I will
So here's the
definitely
thing.
help him put the horse in the bag.
The blood bag only holds medium creatures. But if I were to put a large one in it, could I just like have it so I can't carry as many? Like maybe a large one costs the same as like 4 mediums or something.
Yeah, for now I'll allow it. Might if you get more technical about it, would I think better. But
Yeah.
with the horse, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Yeah, if I wouldn't like take the piss and like grabbed an ogre or something.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's alright. That's fair enough. All right, just in case, might be useful.
Sure. You guys go back to the gate.
All right.
No horses, huh?
We can't risk it.
Hmm.
Yeah, not with that illness. I didn't even know that was because I remember seeing someone was ill on the bulletin board. You know, but I didn't think it would get this bad.
It was that we now understand it was that poor girl who went off into the swamps and came back with the sickness.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, did she make it? Is she still?
Ah,
all right?
I don't know.
Poor girl.
Poor girl indeed.
I know her poor father hasn't turned back yet, though.
Let's quickly get out of here. Hawkins.
Silver lighted.
Mm.
Right then, we'll see you guys later.
Stay safe.
Sure, you too. Hope you don't catch it on the way through. Do you guys
You
wish
too.
to go straight through, or you actually want to do more in this town?
Oh wait, I'm a horse. I'm a horse. So what am I saying?
But
Yeah.
did you actually wild shape or just walk?
I would wild shape into a horse.
Okay, then he would have assumed you're. I guess the idea then would have been that Kira was off doing something still. Would come through later, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I left Kira with the horses and
Yeah, oh, yeah,
I'll
let's
just,
yeah. I, we definitely would just quite in a quick brisk walk, make our way through.
Okay, you guys just going straight out the other gate.
Attempting to, yes.
You see a lot of these people. You see someone. You see Aaron Aerith or Erlen Aerith, the white mage you met earlier. He doesn't really notice you, but he's in the market trying to heal people with his magic. As he's giving commands to other people to build palisades and various things and take care of stuff. But no one really stopped you. Some people would give you a couple eyes. Some of them would give you some eyes, but it doesn't seem like people really approach others unless it's necessary.
Can I get an idea and use my hawk to see the exit gate? Like
Right. It's
how
over
it's
there
set
where
up?
kind of the same way, 3 guards, and you see someone else there doing checkups. It's just
Are there anyone else like there? Like, can I see a checkup happen?
you don't see what happened. No one seems to be leaving the town. People, you would realize most people would be dumb to even enter this town at this point.
Could I like maybe inspect the extra person, like get an idea on like
Extra person
what are
seems
they
to
a
be
mage? What kind of stuff are they doing?
extra person seems to be a squall knight. They seem to be in robes. They look kind of bored. That's all you
Ah.
get from them.
Okay. Is Tiny Plant and Rapper like on Kira's bait, like just in a bag? Set
Yeah,
up
I'd assume they're on the
to
bag.
Kira?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this and Jackal are also in there.
Okay. How would we want to hide this?
Oh, they can't see.
Through
They're all
camouflage.
those things are all wrapped up. The checkup
Yeah,
is
but I don't know if they were to check,
the checkup is
look
yourself.
through the
That's what they
bags.
meant. They meant they're checking you for
Oh,
Sakura.
just us. Oh, okay.
It's not like a. It's
Alright.
not like a look for goods. It's looking to see if you're sick, so you can or cannot leave this town.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I guess we just settle on over.
Halt!
Nay.
How long have you been here? then so 5. How long have you been in
Oh,
town
we're-
for?
Like 20 minutes.
Okay. Open your mouth.
Oh, an hour.
He kind of looks in. Cough. One more time. Alright. I don't see any black specks. Itchy throat at all.
Nah.
Alright. You're probably fine. Where are you heading? To the marshes?
Yeah.
Be careful. I've heard that's where this disease started at.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
worse
I'll
than
be
that.
careful.
Alright. Good luck.
Like
He
you
doesn't really
said.
seem. He doesn't seem interested at all, really, in talking to you.
Alright.
But-
Go.
Yep. You guys go through. Do you guys wish into here, or do you wish into at Aldania's place? I don't know exactly what we meant by Maplewood.
I honestly, I thought there'd be. I don't know why. I thought there'd
I
be
thought we'd
some
have some
like.
problem.
Yeah, I thought there'd be some problem, but we went through that very easily. So
Yeah, I think looking at that town, I think we can just go straight through, like stop off at Aldenia's and go straight to Twilight Redemption.
yeah,
Because
You guys wish
I
to
was
that?
thinking it was like super bad.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
guys.
thought everyone would be like on the ground dying and shit.
yeah. I
guys
thought it'd be
yeah.
awful.
So far, only one part of the prophecy has been revealed. The other parts are still waiting, I suppose.
Yeah,
Uh,
but yeah.
You guys wish
I
to go?
legitimately thought. Yeah, I don't mind ending it here because I thought. I thought something big was gonna happen, but yeah.
I was expecting us to walk in and then Mother the Devorator splashes through the gate. That's
Yeah,
what I was
so I honestly, yeah, or Squall Knights would be like, wait a minute. That's why I transformed into a horse and I got rid of the horses because the Squall Knights were gonna be like, that horse looks familiar. So
They might have had horses. If we end here, we'll need to do another session probably next week. Just so you guys are
Okay.
aware. But if you guys do wish in here, that's fine with me, if you really want. Or we can keep going. Up to you guys. It's time to vote.
gotcha.
It's up to you guys.
I'm fine with either. I mean, I could play D&D all day.
I unfortunately do have to go do
Yeah.
stuff, so
Okay.
I cannot. But if we want to have a session where like the others want to,
Like, how much
tag
more is
along,
there to do? Like,
Yeah.
how
How
long
much,
do you think we would last?
Unfortunately, my only free
Like,
days...
if we were to do how we plan. Like, would it be like an hour and then an
It
hour-long
really-
session, so we could
it
just do like
really-
an hour beforehand, then play with the other guys, or
And it really depends on what you guys do with roleplay as well. I don't know.
yeah.
Okay.
It might be a short session because there wouldn't be as much stuff, but there are a few things that happen. We could maybe, I don't know if you guys, unfortunately my only free days during the week, if we didn't want to do
Yeah.
a session, is like Thursday morning or Friday morning.
Yeah, I can't do Thursdays or Fridays.
Yeah, so we'd probably have to make it a second week.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's honestly fine.
Yeah, that's right. We'll finish it off next week.
And it might be a shorter week next week maybe, but that also give you guys plenty of time to think about what you two might, what direction you want to go in.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the session.
Thank you for
Quality.
No, thank you guys very much for playing. Mo5, I didn't get a chance to give you one. I gave Souls a choice, but do you want, for surviving, do you want inspiration or a card It's your choice.
I'll take a card.
Okay, pick 1 to 5 then.
4,
Final choice.
5.
Final choice.
Yes,
It's good. It's a good
Sure.
choice. My choice 5-2.
5 is my final choice.
All right. Congratulations, you got an ace. You have an at 20.
Oh my god.
Before you leave this, please write that down. Please make sure you both write down your cards in the sheet, and beside them, please put like DM card or something, so it's not a normal one. These are different from cards. You can still get a weekly card
Putting it
on top of
putting it
these.
in my inventory.
Any questions, notes, or anything of the sort in your needs? There was a lot of information, a lot of returning characters that are mostly important to you guys as characters at this point, since everyone else is dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just can't wait to see what the other players are gonna throw in with their tomfoolery.
Well, I thought it was really funny whenever, I don't know if you actually knew this, but I knew in your game you were going to do something with Nagas. And so when you guys killed Sothis, you seemed to be very particular about checking his body. So I wonder if he knows that Nagas reincarnate.
Kira definitely
I didn't think Kira did, but
wouldn't know.
I
But
thought you might have knew.
I was like, probably was in the back of my head,
Mm.
but I don't think I really said anything because I didn't want to be like, "Oh, Naga's come back to life, guys. We gotta take care of it."
No,
You
I
know?
whatever
had
you-
an idea
whatever you
because their
mentioned, I was
name
like,
was
yeah.
Everborn. I was like,
Mm.
that's gonna come back to bite us in the
I
ass.
really wanted to like everyone else see this guy come out of nowhere, be like, "Oh, he actually came back." But since it was just me and Souls, it was like, "Oh, dang, this like it would have been so cool to see everyone else is like, oh my god, you're back."
It also would have been, that was the plan, but I never expected it was going to be you guys. I never expected everyone was going to die
Yeah,
beforehand.
I get that. 100%.
Yeah, he rode 11 days on his revival day. He really got stuck in there forever.
All I know is
you
there
think-
was definitely a small part of me that wanted to fight him.
Did you think that was his flattery, though? Did you have
His
that
ring?
assumption? Yeah.
No, I legitimately forgot why that ring was in my inventory.
Mm.
I just saw that and I was like, "Isn't this Damu's?"
I figured at the very least you wouldn't expect it to be his flattery, even if, no, I assumed you probably knew that.
Like
they
there were
reincarnated.
days where I was gonna be like, "Hey, Damu, can you check this?" But I think Damu was already inspecting something.
Yeah, or he used that spell slots.
Okay, that was yeah. It's just like there was always a reasoning that made me go like, I'm not gonna bother Damu with this."
Yeah, until
Like-
it turns out, oh, you wouldn't
Yeah.
realize. Oh,
Or or if anything, I probably would have went to like at the what is it at Port Crevice. I should have been like, "Hey, I'm gonna go check this out," and then yada yada yada. But I never did.
yeah,
So-
and then it ends up. I was really surprised when it reached all 11 days before it was identified, and he comes back.
I honestly, the biggest thing is definitely I just completely forgot about it.
Yeah, of course.
I would have been more proactive on it because it was a magic item, but I just never did anything with it. So
Hey, I'm not complaining. It allows one of my.
I
my
know you're not
system back.
complaining.
It allowed me to make a really good deal with one of my NPCs.
Yeah, but we'll see. But either way, I do have to get going. But thank you again, Wandy, for playing.
Thank you very much.
Uh,
Thank you very much for being here.
I'll see you all later. Have a good one, guys.
You as well. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye bye. Should end my stream as well. My stream.
Uh-huh.